Chapter 594. Laughing lightly, the wings behind Zhong Shou's back flapped as he climbed up once more. It was really similar to the battle that year. Only at this moment, the 6 people here were much more outstanding than those 6 people who had the title of Emperor. He was originally planning to get this book of universe and leave. However, at this moment, Osamu Hara and the others made his vital energy surge, his fighting spirit slowly burning. Since you all want to fight, then let's fight here until the sky turns dark. Lightning wings flapping, sword intent instantly covered 1,000 miles. The sword light swept and instantly charged in all directions. Platinum Dragon Sword. Chill Hornless Dragon Sword. Instant Space Dragon Sword. Fire Dragon Vast Sword. Slash. When the 4 types of true dragon sword intents merged into one, a 7-clawed giant dragon appeared behind him. It roared furiously. The incomparably sharp sword light covered the entire area within a radius of 1,000,000 feet. Covered within, pointing to the east and striking to the west, suddenly south and suddenly north. It was hard to predict, but it was also extremely overbearing. You all treated me as a sword-grinding stone, but to me, isn't it the same? Good. That is satisfying. Juyu laughed out loud. Where the black, giant sword passed, everything was destroyed. However, under the heavy sword light, they bitterly held on, waiting for the sky full of blade shadows. When the clouds and mist scattered, Osamu Hara was in a slightly bad state. Are you serious? That is good. I didn't expect your sword to be so strong. It is actually even stronger than a few months ago. However, this is satisfying. Li Wuhui, Lei Dong, and Ruo Tao didn't say a word. Under Zhong Shou's sword, it was already tough for them to hold on. It was even tough for them to speak. Shui Lingbo scolded out. The few of you are all crazy. Zhong Shou, you are actually going crazy with them? Although she said that, she had totally lost her temper. Her eyes were totally red. She decided to give up her sword and charge up alone. A pair of jade-like hands smashed out with fist after fist. Each fist would cause the earth to shake and mountains to shake, waves to sweep around. Among them, she was the only one who could fight evenly with Zhong Shou. Every strike forced Zhong Shou to use all his strength to defend himself. It was extremely strenuous. Before this, he had also tried to pry into the universe creation records several times. However, often when she was about to get it, that Osamu Hara Giyu would turn around and force her back. Just like Zhong Shou, he could only look at the Book of Universe helplessly. At this point, he simply didn't care anymore. Zhong Shou, that fellow, those few words just now really annoyed him. Even if all of you come together today, what can you do to me? Also, these brats were really annoying and in the way. She might as well give up on this Book of Universe and crush this Zhong Shou together. With this thought in mind, his aura became even more tyrannical. Flames engulfed him. It was as if an incomparably proud phoenix was moving its body. At this moment, Tai Chi's face was ashen white. From the moment Ruo Tao slashed out, he clearly sensed that it was spirit and martial arts merger. His sword intent also seemed to have broken through, directly reaching the soul realm. For some reason, he had a feeling that the moment this senior brother slashed out, he had a strange feeling, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. That was a sword that was free and unrestrained. This Ruo Tao probably wouldn't be restricted by the sect rules in his life. He also wouldn't be able to use the sect rules to restrict this senior brother like before. Looking closely, it was obviously a dragon that had cut off all chains, flying out of shallow water, soaring into the sky, no longer restricted. At the start, he could still console himself. Ruo Tao's spirit and martial arts merger would be later than his and wouldn't be able to reach his high 10% merger rate. However, slowly, the blood on Tai Chi's face faded and there was no color at all. As time went on, Ruo Tao's merger with soul power and internal energy not only stabilized, but also slowly rose. In just a few minutes, it rose to 10%, just slightly weaker than him. As for his sword intent, it had truly reached the soul realm. Even under the glow of Zhong Shou, it didn't seem dim. Slowly, it could compete with Osamu Hara, Juyu, and the others. Tai Chi's mind was already in a daze. His eyes were still looking above, but his hand was holding onto the sword handle. A strong intent rose up in his chest that he had never had before. He wanted to join in. He wanted to be like senior brother Ruotao and compete with these few people. However, each time he was about to pull out his sword, Tai Chi would hesitate and then be filled with disappointment. What did he have to compete with these few people? Sword technique and martial path were too far apart. The moment he acted, he would be beaten down by these few people and lose face for no reason. Looking at it for so long, did you notice? Was there room for him to interfere in this battle? Was there a chance he could take advantage of? With his strength today, he could only be a spectator. Sighing leisurely, Tai Chi decisively released the hand holding the sword. He vaguely understood that the people fighting here were the true heroes of the cloud world. How could Tai Chi be so lucky to be able to be on the same level as these few people? He should be ashamed. It wasn't that he was ashamed to be on the same level as them, but that his strength was far weaker. He really couldn't afford to be on the same level as them. Thinking about it, Tai Chi's expression slowly returned back to normal. What was the use of feeling sorry for himself now? What great ambition! What great undertaking! All of that was tossed to the side by him in one go. What he had to do now was to catch up to these few people first. As they say, no shame and then be brave. In the future, he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with these few people in the world, Senior Master Zifong. The universe creation records have appeared. Didn't you say that this item is beneficial to our Buddhist faction? Why are we just standing there and looking and not fighting for it? On the other side, where the 7 of them were fighting, Jingnin's eyes were filled with a weird expression as she looked at the entanglement of sword intent, the flames covering the land. This was the first time she noticed that she was actually quite bad at times. She knew that Zifong beside her was already thinking about retreating, but she still asked those words. However, who told this fellow to have such bad intentions and wanted to trick her? As expected, Zifong's face turned bitter. He forced a smile. This item is not fated with me. It is best if I don't take it. Our Buddhist faction people don't like to fight. If these few people want it, then let them take it. He glanced at Jingyin, thinking that this brat wasn't nice at all. With these few people here, how is he going to fight? Not to mention that Zhongshou and Shui Lingbo, just Juyu and Osamu Hara. If he dealt with them, he had to go all out. Fight? What should he use to fight? She knew that he was already a little afraid, but she still touched on his sore spot. Thinking about that, he sighed. In the past, I always heard about how the 3 overlords of the cloud world were all heroes. Unparalleled, invincible in the world. Looking at this Zhongshou, it seems like the Xiang King 10,000 years ago was just like that. Buddha is merciful. With these few people here, this world won't be peaceful. Jingyin pursed her lips and smiled, following which her expression turned solemn. This Zhongshou was so strong. Didn't that mean that it would be tough for her to solve the sea cauldron knot between Zhao Yanran and Zhongshou? Feeling that it was slightly problematic, Jingyin looked around. Speaking of which, where's the corpse of that Xiang King? I still haven't noticed it. From the very beginning, there was no trace of the overlord Xiangchu in this underground lake. Naturally, the changes that Zifong was worried about didn't happen. Jingyin felt uneasy, searching around. In the end, she looked toward the golden platform. Then, she was startled. Jingyin couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. It wasn't that she finally saw that Xiang King who was nowhere to be seen. It was that there were originally several grade 9 cultivators on the golden platform. The Avicii throne, which had been unable to absorb them and had instead swallowed all of them, finally had some movement at this moment. It actually slowly rose into the air from the platform. It turned into a ball of eye-catching golden light and slowly flew towards Zhongshou. Zifong looked over when he heard that, following her line of sight. A moment later, a weird expression appeared in his eyes. It's Zhongshou. The direction that the golden light flew towards was where Zhongshou was standing. However, just now he had carefully analyzed it. That Avicii throne and Zhongshou's aura didn't match. It was totally rejected by the artifact spirit of this top weapon. At that moment, he even heaved a sigh of relief. However, why was there such an unexpected change in such a short time? He remembered that before this Avicii throne disappeared, it swallowed millions of vital energy and essence energy. At this moment, it wasn't at the end of its rope and could last for a few thousand years. It shouldn't have reached the stage where it needed to rush to choose a master. Jingnin's petite face was filled with shock. Zifang thought about it for a moment and was slightly distracted. The spiritual item chose its master? No wonder the first master of this item was the heaven and earth primordial dragon. What it did was the overbearing path. The second master was the Xiang King, who had the strength to pull up mountains. It would be weird if it was interested in normal people. The spiritual artifact had a mind and would choose its master. However, at this moment, Zhongshu was using one man and one sword to fight all of them. That invincible aura was like that of the Xiang King in the past. The more he charged into the clouds, the more he suppressed all the experts, the more the Avicii throne would recognize him. Jingnin was enlightened. She only felt that her heart was filled with terror. He roughly understood what Zifang was trying to say. It wasn't even the day of a spiritual wave. How did such a person appear in this world? She kept silent while Zhao Yanran, who was not far away, suddenly laughed. Interesting. Does this Avicii throne think that Zhongshu can be compared to the Xiangqu overlord from 10,000 years ago? The moment these words were said, the surroundings were deathly silent. Only then was Zhao Yanran startled, realizing that she had said what everyone here was thinking. She was first shocked, following what Zhao Yanran scolded out. How is that lazy and bad kid similar to that overlord? It was completely different from the original, okay? This fellow wasn't even comparable to a finger of the Xiang King. No, he wasn't even comparable to a strand of hair. Chapter 595. Zhongshu, who was in the midst of an intense battle, was also surprised by this. Why was the thing below heading toward him? He remembered that not long ago, the artifact spirit of this thing rejected him. He didn't understand, but Zhongshu didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, he was fighting 1 against 6. If he was distracted, he might lose. Zhongshu wasn't willing to lose to the 6 of them. Fighting 1 against 6, that was just too shameless. He wasn't willing to bother, but the Avicii throne still rose into the air, passing through the heavy blade light. The 9-headed dragon on the golden chair. It was like it had come alive. The energy vibrations connected, causing the king energy in Zhongshu's body that was suppressed by the 9-layer pagoda to slowly boil. At the start, Zhongshu didn't care, but as the resonance grew stronger and stronger, he couldn't ignore it anymore. The dragon-shaped illusionary image behind him slowly changed, becoming more and more agile. The aura between one person and one item also became more and more vast. It charged into the sky. When I wanted it, it didn't come. At this time, I don't care about it and don't want it anymore. Instead, you ran over yourself. Oh, what is this? Mocking himself, Zhongshu's eyes squinted. Coincidentally, Osamu Hara slashed out once more, following closely behind Shui Lingbo's fist wind. Using the cover of Shui Lingbo's fist, it was also when he had used up all his strength and hadn't used up any new strength. After fighting for close to 30 minutes, the few of them had slowly formed a tacit understanding. When they worked together, the unintentional coordination between them was pretty much perfect. For example, at this moment, he was pretty much unable to deal with it. Naturally, Zhongshu couldn't help but scold the 6 of them in his heart. How shameless! The 6 of them working together was already breaking the rules. They actually worked together? Weren't they trying to kill him? However, as time went on, each time Zhongshu slashed out, they were becoming more and more refined, simple and straightforward. The 99-long Ing sword technique used these 6 people as the stones. With each passing breath, it became more perfect, the pressure brought by the few of them. This allowed him to get rid of those unnecessary and impractical changes, fusing the laws and great Daos that were truly useful into the sword. It was becoming more and more perfect. Although Osamu Hara's sword was shameless and sudden, Zhongsho had held back at all times. While fighting against these 6 people, he could not afford to be careless for a moment. That green sword light suddenly turned around in an inconceivable manner. Coincidentally, 700 feet away, it struck the blade shadow. In a hurry, he could only use less than 20% of Zhongsho's strength. However, it was strangely condensed, and it attacked with a sword. With a soft clang, the sword light was completely scattered. Even the thousands of spirit explosions had disappeared without a trace. When this sword slashed out, Juyu, who was not far away, was slightly shocked. This is the unbreakable sword domain. Although Zhongsho's sword was purposely covered, however, one could still see the shadow of Tsang, Shengdao, Tanxiu. In the battle a few months ago, especially Tanxiu's one originine sword, it left a deep impression on him. A full 10,000 swords were unable to get close to Tanxiu's body. As he said, it was the unbreakable sword domain. At this moment, Zhongsho was using it, although it was the 99 long Ying. However, if one thought about it carefully, their combined attacks were unable to get within 100 feet of Zhongsho. It also made him subconsciously think. He thought back to Zhongsho. As expected, it is you. Thinking back to what Li Wuhui said not long ago, Jueyu's eyes were instantly enlightened. It also caused the bodies of the 2 of them to merge together. The feeling in his heart was extremely complicated. He was filled with emotions, shame and rage, and also bitterness. He looked towards the Avicii throne, which had already flown to the side of Zhongsho. His heart instantly filled with complicated feelings. Did this ancient Emperor Path Saint artifact have high hopes for this fellow? Treating this fellow like the Xiang King, invincible in the world, fighting 1 against 6, all of them were people who could sweep this world. However, this fellow didn't show any signs of losing. In the future, this Zhongsho might really be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Xiang Chu overlord, even surpassing him. However, a moment later, Jueyu's fighting spirit rose up. So what was he willing to bow down? Unbreakable sword domain. He wanted to see if it was really unbreakable within 100 feet. Even if it was the hardest spiritual metal, he was going to totally smash it. As for the universe creation records, he tossed it out of his mind. Whoever wanted it could take it. The moment Jueyu's emotions changed, the sword path also changed. Zhongsho instantly sensed it and looked towards Jueyu in shock. He couldn't understand why this fellow would suddenly go crazy and become so fierce, following which he didn't bother about it. Actually, at this moment, he couldn't be distracted, since Shui Lingbo saw the Avicii throne fly to his feet. For some reason, she became crazier and crazier. She also didn't bother about the Book of Universe. The other few people were the same, pretty much like they were life and death enemies, going all out. The pressure they gave him was each sword stronger than the last. At every moment, it was changing. Many times, he could only rely on himself, the instincts that he had trained so many times to deal with it. It was really tough. Not only was he not angry, but he was also excited, surprised, touched. Where each sword was, he could clearly feel the transformation, like a cocoon turning into a butterfly, nimble and ethereal. From the heavy pressure at the start, he slowly got used to it. Maybe not long later, he would be able to do it so easily. Speaking of which, it was weird. The battle with the 6 of them became more and more intense. The aura of the Avicii throne was even more harmonious with him. The thoughts that were faintly transmitted over were also filled with joy. The resonance between one person and one item became stronger and stronger, making one not know what was going on and feel really confused. Moments later, a spiritual light flashed in Zhongsho's mind as a thought flashed across his mind. This fellow suddenly changed his mind. Was it because of the battle with the 6 of them? Speaking of which, there was an explanation for why Shui Lingbo and the others suddenly went crazy. Invincible? They really overestimated themselves. He originally wanted to break out into a laugh, but when that smile reached his lips, Zhongsho's heart moved and another thought rose up. Wasn't his life goal to reach the peak of the sword path, to reach the peak of this region? To climb up, he had to have an unyielding heart, an invincible spirit. There was no need to be timid, and there was no need to be humble. Zhongshu's sword should be invincible in the world. The moment that thought rose up, the spiritual light of the Avicii throne became even brighter and vast, making one unable to look straight at it. Zhongshu's barbaric and overbearing sword intent spread out once more, covering the entire underground lake. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Sister, since you are already married and have become someone's concubine, then you should guard your own position. Don't think about killing and killing all day. There are many talents in Taishang. We don't lack you. The fragrance of the wine spread out within the building. Outside the window, one could see numerous cherry blossoms blooming. The mood was really beautiful and pleasing to the eye. However, within the building, the atmosphere was really suppressive. The man and woman sitting across from each other by the window also had extremely indifferent expressions on their faces. Brother came here just to tell me this? Kong Yao's eyes weren't as lost as at the start. Instead, it was filled with mocking intent and the intent to see through the world. Who knows if she was mocking herself, Zhongshu, or this man called Kong Su, her brother in name. That's right. I have wanted to say these words to you for a long time. However, I knew that you wouldn't listen. Kong Su nodded his head without a care. Now that His Majesty has shown mercy, your third brother Kong Xian has become a titled governor-commander, taking over your position. I also don't have to worry about you bringing our Kong family to a place of no return. Place of no return? Zhong family? Kong Yao scoffed, her mocking intent becoming thicker. His Majesty probably didn't expect that his kindness would cause the Taishang to have one more traitor. Her words were filled with a sense of despair. You can say whatever you want. Kong Su smiled expressionlessly. His expression was one of arrogance. The Taishang dynasty's luck has declined. Will our Kong family be buried along with them? Kong Yao shook her head. However, our Kong family received the kindness of the Taishang dynasty for close to 1,000 years. So what? Kong Su scoffed. The Central Cloud continent has already gone through 7 dynasties. 7 generations of royal families have all been wiped out. However, our Kong family has lasted for 10,000 years. If this royal court can fall, then we will try our best. If not, then we can only change sides. This is the theory of our Kong family ancestors. Kong Yao was startled and knew that there was no point in saying anything more about this matter. During these few days, she had thought things through, thinking about whether she was really loyal to the Taishang and His Majesty. That might not be the case. At the start, that was because His Majesty looked at her in a different light and promoted her. This was the first time in her life that someone admired and valued her so much. Thinking that since he treated her like a country knight, then she had to repay him. Now it seemed like in the eyes of His Majesty, from start to finish, she was just a chess piece. The most unimportant, the kind that could be abandoned at any moment. As expected, this was the true path of the Emperor, treating everyone as a chess piece. This was why His Majesty was the ruler of the Taishang's revival, a saint ruler that hadn't appeared in thousands of years. This was why she was too lazy to fight with Kong Su over this matter. She also didn't have the strength to. Our Kong family helped His Majesty ascend to the throne so that we could have some military power before the chaotic times. We could protect the family and also become a stepping stone to join the new emperor in the future. As he said that, Kong Su's tone suddenly turned sharp. Who knew that His Majesty would choose such a lowly jinx like you to suppress our Kong family? These words shouldn't have been said in front of Kong Yao. However, both sides knew about this matter. Kong Su didn't even show any warmth on the surface. Kong Yao was startled, following which she clenched her fists tightly. She only felt a piercing pain in her heart. She was indeed a jinx. When she was born, a comet was descending. The light shone brightly, shining in the night sky. Only after a day of time did it fade away. In the eyes of the Kong family who held the ceremony directorate for generations, Kong Yao represented the future calamity. If it wasn't for her father protecting her, she would have been strangled to death by her family when she was born. Chapter 596. However, the following days weren't easy either. At the start, when she didn't know anything, she didn't feel anything. She finally noticed that she was different from the other kids in the family and knew about her situation. Her father was ostracized by the family. Her mother was depressed and died not long later. She was also isolated by the family. If it wasn't for the emperor taking a fancy to her and bringing her into the army, her father and she would have been kicked out of the Kong family. Your third brother is 100 times more talented than you, but he can't use it. Every day, he drinks to drown his sorrows. Do you know how happy he was when he heard the news? That day, he smashed the 300 jugs of wine in the treasury. His heart was dead, but now he has come back to life. Even I am happy for him. Kongshu was smiling, bringing with it a coldness that made one's heart feel cold. The day we found out that you were taken in as a concubine by the Gantian Mountain Monster King, the entire family was filled with joy. The entire clan, from top to bottom, is cheering like a tide. They're all happy for you. Oh, right. I forgot to say that your father is old and isn't suitable for the position of Imperial Astronomer. Uncle has personally stepped out to ask him to leave and take care of our ancestral hall. This is an honorable upbringing. Kong Yao's fingernails were already deeply stabbed into her flesh. However, when she heard the last part, she calmed down instead. She understood the meaning behind Kongshu's words. She was a hostage. If Kong Yao was willing to be well-behaved, then her father would naturally be fine. If she wasn't, then the Kong family would have their own methods to use on her father. She wouldn't be able to blame the Kong family for being despicable. If it was her, she would do the same. Moreover, her methods would be even more vicious. Then, who did you all take a fancy to? Gung family's Gung Ji or Yang family's Yao Ming? Looking at Kongshu's startled expression, Kong Yao had an idea. That's right, the person you all took a fancy to is Yang Ming. However, this person isn't as good as Shuri Wei. Nonsense. The Yang family has been officials for generations. In 10 generations, there were 7 ministers and half a province of land. In terms of family background, how can Yang Ming be compared to Shuri Wei? Kongshu admitted it, his tone filled with disdain as he shook his head. You don't know the secret techniques of the family. You wouldn't understand it even if I explained it to you. In the future, just care about being your concubine in Donglin Cloud Continent. Kong Yao couldn't help but laugh. Although she didn't practice the art of fate and fate, she had the innate ability to see people's fate. Ever since he was young, he had never told anyone about it. Because she knew that to her, this was not a blessing, but a disaster, a great disaster. Not only did she know who Yang Ming was, she had even met him before. Out of all the hidden dragons, he was just on par with Shuri Wei. With the family background of the 7 dukes of the 10 generations, he could only stand shoulder to shoulder with Shuri Wei. I was wondering why elder brother would have the time to visit me. So he came with young Master Yang Ming. Is it related to the one above? You know? This time, Kong Su was slightly surprised. He frowned and looked at Kong Yao in surprise. Today, she only felt that her sister was surprisingly intelligent. Kong Yao nodded slightly and said with certainty, Isn't it the 8-tail Shui clan? You've been too ostentatious these days. Someone was plotting against her husband, so how could she not know? Before this, she still had some hope, wanting to see what would happen to the person who caused her to fall into such a desperate situation. However, a few days ago, for some reason, the situation changed, making her extremely disappointed. That's true. This fox race bloodline. In the end, they aren't good enough. With the situation set, this foxtail is revealed. They are so arrogant. After Kong Su was startled, he shook his head. His tone was filled with disdain towards the Shui family. He casually explained, before the Shui family entered the cloud world, they sent people to meet the Liao King. They wanted to form an alliance with one another, using the Liao King's relationship to contact Tailing Sect. If they succeeded, then Gantian Mountain and Donglin Continent could become the external help of the Liao King. Originally, the Liao King wanted to try. He just wanted to test the waters and send young Master over to help the Shui family. However, Looking at it now, the Shui family might really succeed. Only pitiful sister, you just got married and faced such a thing. His tone said that she was pitiful. However, his tone and expression didn't have any pity at all. Kong Yao also shook her head slightly. She didn't feel that there was anything worth pitying about her. If there was really someone who could deal with Zhong Shou, allowing her to escape from that person's evil clutches, then she would be delighted. Unfortunately, raising her eyes and looking out of the window, the spiritual eye at the center of Kong Yao's brows opened up slightly. Then, she felt more and more disappointed. Her luck was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was extremely weak, giving off a black energy. It was obviously a sign of death. However, he didn't know that even his elder brother was delighted with him. He probably thought that after this matter was completed, he would be rewarded by the Liao King. No matter how she looked at it, the Shui family people had no chance of winning. I advised brother to quickly leave Gantian Mountain. Kong Su's brows furrowed. Then he heard Kong Yao sigh. That monster king isn't someone you can easily deal with. Be careful that you don't bite the tiger and get injured instead. Hearing that, Kong Su was already impatient. He treated it as Kong Yao saying those words out of anger, trying to scare him. Sister, you are joking. In my eyes, I really don't see any chance of that Zhong Shou turning the tables. Even if you are angry, you don't have to do that. This matter has nothing to do with you. Just relax and watch. Kong Yao sighed once more. She heard that every time a woman sighed, it was the same as her growing older by a day. Then today, she had already used up dozens of days of her life. However, this matter did indeed have nothing to do with her. From now on, she was most probably going to be hidden in a room and treated as a toy by that fellow. The unwillingness in his chest wasn't a normal kind of unwillingness. Kong Yao didn't listen to Kong Su's words anymore. She was in a daze as she looked at the cherry blossoms outside, the spiritual light in her eyes dimming. Just as her thoughts were about to scatter, Kong Yao suddenly felt something. She raised her eyes in shock and looked into the distance. Looking out with her spiritual eyes, she saw a vast energy that the naked eye couldn't see charging out from the ground. It was pure white. Was it Zhong Shou? Wasn't that direction the Yin Dragon Canyon? Could it be that something had changed there? This feeling was like a fish in water, a tiger with wings. Did that fellow have some fortuitous encounters in the Yin Dragon Canyon? In the past, Zhong Shou's fate and destiny, although he had the aura of a Saint Emperor. However, he was in a corner and couldn't do much. However, looking out now, there were some changes. Moreover, this aura was really overbearing, looking into the sky at the dark clouds that didn't dissipate. How could this be good? This aura was really dimming. If not long ago, although they were definitely going to lose, they still had a chance to live. Looking at it now, there wasn't even a chance. Looking forward, Kong Yao couldn't help but be startled once more. Speaking of which, her brother's brow was turning black. This time, he wouldn't be dragged down by the Shui family, and something would happen, right? What a pity. She heard that her brother Kong Su had just gotten married, just as Kong Yao was hesitating below Gantian Mountain on the outer city wall. A young scholar, who was lying leisurely on the wall and sleeping soundly, also let out a cry of surprise. His upper body suddenly straightened up, and he looked towards the east. Next to him was a burly man wearing shiny armor and holding a large saber. His body was really straight. It was like a pillar standing upright there. At this moment, he was frightened by the young scholar as he looked around. Realizing that no one noticed, he heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother, don't scare me. Don't be so surprised. If people noticed that someone sneaked up the city wall while I was on duty, what would happen? When the young scholar heard that, he was a little speechless, saying in disappointment, Senior brother, no matter what you are a captain, managing a full 3,000 people, why are you so afraid of everything? Don't you have any sense of responsibility? He shook his head in disappointment. Didn't you hear that your uncle has power in Gantian Mountain? You came to join him. So why is there only a small captain? With your grade 8 strength, no matter where you are, at least a governor-commander won't run away. To think that you said that your uncle treats you like his own son. That brat didn't think much of it, arguing without giving in. His voice was really soft, afraid that others would hear it. Nonsense. Although Uncle is in charge of Gantia Mountain matters, he is being stared at by that meeting hall. I heard that those people have the power to remove cabinet ministers. This is why Uncle said that he has been really careful these few years, doing things fairly, not daring to make any mistakes. He also can't have any weaknesses that they can use against him. Moreover, he can't interfere in the army. Junior brother, do you think this Gantia Mountain Monster King is crazy? He actually has the power to remove ministers from some random meetings. Where's the dignity of a ruler? As he said that, he smiled. Actually, the rules in the army are really strict. This is a good thing. I like it. Although I'm learning military matters from my master, I have never led troops before. It is good to start as a captain. Moreover, Uncle doesn't know that my cultivation has reached grade 8. The teen scholar shook his head when he heard that, thinking that using this meeting hall to restrict the cabinet was where the ruler was smart. If not, he would be like this monster king, giving up all his power. This Gantian mountain would have changed hands long ago. However, in terms of strict military discipline, he did admire it. The hundreds of thousands of troops of Gantian Mountain were not only elites, but they were also strict. Their morale wasn't low either. No wonder a few months ago, they could use 2 million to shake the tens of millions of troops of Thousand City Alliance and lose. During these few days, he walked around Gantian Mountain. The more he observed, the more shocked he was. That monarch was really a monarch that made people scratch their heads. He didn't work hard, but the country was peaceful. He didn't care about the officials, but the country was politically clean. Speaking of which, the Taoists also had the saying of ruling by not doing anything. Within the Confucians, there was also the saying of ruling by lowering one's head. Was it referring to Zhongshuo's situation? Chapter 597. All right, junior brother, what happened to you just now? Only then did the muscular man remember the reason why he said those words. His eyes were filled with a weird expression. Did you see something just now? Did you bump into a ghost? You are the one who bumped into a ghost. The teen scholar scoffed in annoyance. In his heart, he knew why he asked. Just now, he didn't use the talisman that his master gave him. So how could he see anything? Just now, he had a vague connection with the heavens. Maybe it was time for him to make up his mind. He had no choice. Although he believed that humans would win against the heavens, although he believed that heaven and earth would win, being under that master, he more or less cared about such things. I have decided I will stay in Gantian Mountain and be colleagues with senior brother. It is not bad. Oh, the muscular man was shocked, turning his head and looking closely at his junior brother. What was going on? He remembered that 2 days ago, his junior brother was scolding that monster king. Why did he suddenly make such a decision? He was curious and could roughly feel that something had happened. Since he couldn't guess the reason, he decided to just ask directly. Why did you suddenly decide? Don't you feel that your actions are too quick and careless? Moreover, why did it have to be when Gantian Mountain is in a precarious situation? Whilst he said that, he looked at another portion of the city wall several miles away with a weird expression. Not long ago, they changed the defending troops. The eight-tail Shui family people thought that they did it without leaving any traces and were watertight. However, in the eyes of some people, they couldn't hide it at all. Precarious situation? Why don't I feel that way? The teen scholar laughed out loud. Even with illusionary techniques, he couldn't hide it. It attracted the attention of the people around. The muscular man was so frightened that his face was devoid of color. An idea came to his mind, and he hurriedly laughed as well, covering up the young scholar's voice and fooling him. However, he welcomed it. The soldiers on duty looked at the crazy person in front of them. That head Minister Chiu is too calm. Those seven-tail Zone family people look like they are being suppressed. However, don't you feel that the way they look at the Shui family is weird? I didn't expect that His Highness would have such a high reputation amongst the Zone family people. It was not inconceivable that there was not a single traitor within the entire clan. How can I be confident that the two pillar generals of Gantian Mountain are prepared to catch turtles in a jar? Is that so? Ren Tianxing raised his eyebrows, and then he smiled. Now that you've said that, I'm relieved. However, this is not the reason why you suddenly chose this Demon King. Even if the situation here is not bad, it is still the Wildlands. This time, the young scholar remained silent. In truth, he didn't know why he had made such a choice. If he had to say something, it would be that he could display his talents here without worrying about anything else. In fact, he had always felt that his talent was too great. Out of 10 talents in the world, he alone occupied 8 of them. If he did everything without leaving any leeway, he would most likely be envied and hated by others. This place was still the most reassuring. Even the ruler of a country would willingly hand over his power to someone else. This kind of Jun Shang, he should be able to tolerate him, right? Senior martial brother. Even if I admit that in terms of strategy, I am unparalleled under the heavens. But I was also worried that the hound would be cooked after the rabbit is caught. These words popped out of nowhere, causing Ren Tianxing to be totally confused. Then, the teen guard suddenly laughed. Senior martial brother, I remember that your Ren family has 10,000 private troops. That's right. Ren Tianxing looked over weirdly when he heard that. However, Junshang doesn't allow Gantian Mountain City to have private troops. Uncle is already prepared to disband them. I heard that the other few races also want to do the same. Now, it's different from before. Everyone can be at ease. They don't need to wake up the next day to be wiped out. There's also no need to raise these private troops. Why are you asking about this? That teen scholar gave out a fox-like smile. Since I'm planning to help that highness, naturally, I have to have the ability to do so. I can't just stand in front of him and say that I'm a top talent. If you don't use me, then you're making a huge mistake. Let's do this big thing first before we can meet that Jun Shang. Ren Tianxing was stunned once more, and then he laughed out loud. In his heart, he was thinking about how to borrow his uncle's private troops, accompany his junior martial brother to go crazy. On the deep underground lake, Zhongshu's sword intent surged and suppressed the entire lake. The moment his aura started to resonate with the Avicii throne behind him, Zhongshu's eyes lit up. The space in front of him twisted. A fist shadow suddenly broke through the air and arrived. A mountain-like energy brought with it a vast fist intent as it pressed over. Even Zhongshu was stunned. This punch was extremely abrupt. Coincidentally, he was being surrounded by the 6 of them and was at his most difficult moment. He used all his strength to go up against these few people and had no way to deal with them. His eyes squinted. Then, Zhongshu laughed. What a waste. If it was a few breaths ago, this fist might have directly taken his life. However, today he was a step too slow. The sword in his hand was still too busy. He decided to use his hand as a sword, stabbing out with his fingers. He pretty much didn't use any true chi, only little gold turning into a thin layer to wrap up his arm and fist. It was an ordinary and unassuming finger, but it seemed really domineering. Pooh! Pooh! First, the fist energy was broken, and then there was a series of energy explosion sounds. The energy that crushed over like a mountain and an ocean instantly shattered in front of his body and scattered all about. Following which, the sword finger finally clashed with the giant fist. Another explosion sounded out. The blood mist covering the sky was broken and scattered. Zhongshu's hand was unharmed. Only his body retreated 100 feet. That fist was smashed into pieces by his finger. His entire arm turned into blood powder and scattered all about. Then, a howl of pain suddenly sounded in the distant void. Within his heart, he felt a slight pain. Zhongshu was laughing out loud in delight. He had fought thousands of sword battles in his life, but it couldn't compare to this finger today. At the pinnacle of the soul realm, he finally grasped that bit of inspiration. He really wanted to thank this person. At the moment of life and death, it caused his sword technique to have a breakthrough. However, who was this person? Hiding his tracks such that the 6 of them couldn't notice. Moreover, it was when he couldn't be distracted to send out such a lethal strike. The strength of this fist was only weaker than Juyu's. The 6 people around were furious. Lei Dong's eyes turned red as he was the first to attack. A knife and a sword in his hand followed that aura and slashed towards the void. Juyu and Li Wuhui's expressions were dark and sunken. They chased after the great extinction sword and time knife. Osamu cursed out, "Shameless dog." He kept his sword and directly tore open the void. He broke through the air towards where the voice came from. Shui Lingbo instantly turned around and punched out. It caused the void 10,000 feet out to be smashed into pieces. Following the loud explosion, a figure fell out of the explosion. His body was covered in blood, but he only stopped for a moment before he flew into the distance at a speed that one couldn't see with the naked eye. Even Shui Lingbo was slightly shocked. It was really tough to lock onto his aura. Even with her sharp senses, this person had almost escaped several times. However, she heard Osamu laugh maniacally. "In front of me, Osamu, you think you can escape? Explode for me." That part of the sky instantly exploded. Numerous heaven and earth spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Spiritual light shone as that black illusionary image appeared. First, Lei Dong's knife and sword combined attacks caused that person to scoff. Then, when the time knife and great extinction sword slashed across, that person's body was instantly wiped out. His physical body and soul were all wiped out. Juyu frowned slightly. Just now, he wanted to capture this person's soul. He wanted to give Zhongsho an answer and purposely left some strength. This great extinction sword actually didn't live up to its name. Who knew that this person was so decisive, directly shattering his own soul? Who was it? This battle was originally going to reach its most exciting part. However, it was interrupted, making one feel really depressed. On the contrary, this Zhongsho actually improved another level in the sword path in such a desperate situation. At this moment, Li Wuhui stepped to the side. He cast a spell, and the scattered blood, flesh and soul fragments instantly gathered together. Slowly, his brows furrowed and his eyes were filled with doubt. "Don't waste your energy. Unless you, Li Wuhui, have someone who can reverse time." Shui Lingbo reached out with her hand and summoned the red sword back. Her face was filled with a cold smile. It's a second soul, a puppet body. The person who attacked is probably at the spirit realm. The brows of the people here all rose up, but they didn't care much about it. They were all elites. Even if they were Saint Realm, they purposely wanted to reach the peak in their lifetime. Spirit Realm people might be too high to reach in the eyes of others. In their eyes, they were just SOSO. Sooner or later, they would catch up. They had to surpass them. On the contrary, this person's actions were really infuriating. Osamu thought about it seriously and then laughed coldly. "In this world, there has never been anyone who dares to do that in front of me. Osamu, next time I meet him, I will kill him." After he finished speaking, he tore open the space and left the place. Juyu nodded slightly. Juyu will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. He also wasn't willing to stay any longer, nodding his head towards the few of them. Li Wuhui also laughed. That voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss. "I have guessed the identity of this person. It might be related to the Yang family. This person really doesn't want to live." After saying this, he smiled towards Zhongsho. "Today, I have no face to attack. Goodbye." Looking on as this person left, Zhongsho was startled once more. When the three of them left, they didn't even mention a single word about the universe creation records. In that case, this so-called Book of Universe belonged to him? Ruotao also kept his sword back into his sheath and smiled. "Ruler fought 6 people today and made me convinced this book should belong to the monarch in the first place. Just now, I attacked because I was excited and couldn't help but want to test the sword in my hand." Chapter 598. Ruler fought against 6 today, and I am totally convinced this book should belong to the monarch in the first place. I attacked just now because I was excited and couldn't help but want to test the sword in my hand. Zhongsho turned around and looked at Ruotao with a weird expression. He smiled and nodded slightly before turning to look at Shui Lingbo. Out of the 6 of them here, only his junior sister could go up against him. They said that the six of them were working together, but actually Osamu Hara and the others had at least 30% of their strength to restrict this Taiyuan fairy. He saw Shui Lingbo looking at him with a weird expression. There was envy and also respect. Who knows if she envied Zhong Shou for being able to have so many close friends who treated him so well? Or was she impressed by his breakthrough in sword technique just now? Then, Shui Lingbo waved her hand like she didn't care at all. She turned her head to the side. She was telling him that Shui Lingbo, would let him have the universe book. Zhong Shou broke into a laugh, but he also calmed down. He looked at the universe book in front of him with a focused expression. Weird, it was really weird. Before this, he had such a thought, but at this moment, standing in front of the universe creation records, it was really clear. Looking at it, it was similar to his Book of Ian. However, this feeling wasn't right. The spiritual energy fluctuations weren't in a pattern and were slightly chaotic. Compared to the Book of Ian, it was far from it. There was also a trace of ruthless aura in it. Zhong Shou frowned and reached out to touch it. However, in the next instance, a warning sign rose up in his heart. The universe creation records in his soul gave out a buzzing sound like it was really uneasy about this book. Moreover, at this moment, it wasn't a good thing for him to obtain the universe creation records. Unifying Donglin, suppressing a world with his sword, he was the focus of the Cloud World sects. Now that he obtained the universe book, he was the target of everyone. Zhong Shou's pupils constricted. In that instant, he came to a conclusion. This book of universe was fake, and to him, it was a disaster, not a blessing. A thought flashed through his mind as he pondered for a moment. Zhong Shou suddenly smiled and withdrew his hand. Then, the sword in his right hand spat out a ball of sword light. Although he didn't know who had set up this trap, and whether or not he was the one who wanted to scheme against him. However, as long as the book was destroyed, it wouldn't matter what that person's intentions were, just as he gathered all the power in his body to the limit. The green dragon hairpin sword in his hand couldn't take it anymore and was on the verge of collapsing. Zhong Shou didn't hesitate at all, slashing down on the Book of Universe. This caused the surrounding people to be slightly shocked. All the 9-stage cultivators were stunned. The envy and jealousy from before had disappeared without a trace, leaving only astonishment and confusion. Boom! With a loud shout, the vast sword light slashed onto the spiritual light around the Book of Universe. It was at a standstill for a moment, blocking the sword light outside. However, it only lasted for about 3 breaths before the sharp sword intent slashed in. It instantly slashed the Book of Universe into half. However, in the next moment, a ball of incomparably pure spiritual energy suddenly exploded out from within. It charged all around and swept the deep underground lake. Zhong Shou was the first to be hit, only feeling his soul ring out as he nearly lost consciousness. He felt really uncomfortable and felt like vomiting. The other people stood in the distance, but there were also a few people who nearly fainted from a mental energy. Even a strong cultivator like Shui Lingbo and Wuji also didn't feel good. Her face was ashen white and her eyes were filled with shock. That mental shock lasted for a full 15 minutes before it stopped. Then, all the cultivators in the lake exchanging glances with one another. This universe creation records is actually fake? It should be a trap. I don't know who set this trap, but it's so insidious. I said that this Book of Universe definitely wouldn't appear in such a place. Legend has it that although this Cloud Dream Lake had numerous spiritual items during the Cloud Desolate era, there were only a few spiritual herbs and beasts. I have never heard of any traces of the Book of Universe. As long as one touches this book, the outcome would be catastrophic. However, this Monster King is really vicious to be able to do it. He is so decisive. As expected, he isn't an ordinary person. Zhong Shaxin was stunned, barely holding on. After several breaths, he slowly recovered back to normal. The first thing he did was to look in front of him. His eyes lit up. His left hand reached out once more, grabbing towards the pieces of the Book of Universe. Although this was a forged universe creation record, if one looked at it carefully, they would find that there were some amazing things about it. However, just as he was about to make his move, the space in front of him was ripped open once more. Another giant hand reached out from the distance. Coincidentally, he grabbed all the broken pages of the Book of Universe. Zhongsho's eyes instantly squinted dangerously. This person was really bold, even daring to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger. He didn't retract his left hand and still reached out. However, he changed his grab into a slap. Just as that hand was about to retract from the space, he slapped over, lifting something heavy like it was light, looking like it had no strength at all, but it had the strength to shake mountains and rivers. Then there was a series of energy clashing sounds. The two of them instantly clashed dozens of times through the void. The two hands either charged, slapped, or grabbed. Zhongsho wasn't anxious at all, using his spiritual sense to search for where this hand came from. That person seemed to know that it wasn't good and wasn't willing to tangle with Zhongsho. After a few strikes, he decisively tossed aside a portion of the broken pages. He brought roughly half of them away from the space. In just a moment, the area in front of Zhongsho regained calm, like nothing had happened at all. Only tens of golden pages of the universe book floated down. Zhongsho felt slightly regretful. Just now, he was just a little bit away, and he would have been able to find out where this person's true body was. Unfortunately, the owner of this hand was just too alert. He casually waved his sleeves and collected all the broken pages into his hands. After organizing them slightly, Zhongsho's lips couldn't help but curl up. What he was holding was obviously the first half of the Book of Universe. What that person hurriedly took should be the second half. At this moment, Shui Lingbo was already beside him. Her expression was cold. I knew that this book couldn't be the true Book of Universe. Sure enough, I don't know who set this trap, but it's really insidious. The spell inscribed on this book should be used to control one's mind. However, the target shouldn't be me, but someone else. This time it should have been the second half. When he said that, Zhongsho thought back to the hand that reached out from the void. Their strength should be on the same level as him. Maybe a little stronger or maybe slightly weaker. If he didn't come today, this book would most probably fall into the hands of this person. Who knows? Maybe the person this book was planning to target was this person. However, the person who set this up probably didn't expect him to exist. He also didn't think that he would have the Book of Ian and be able to see through the authenticity of this book. His father said that this Book of Ian Extreme Life had the ability to change fate. However, not only did it prevent Zhongsho from having his head hanging for 3 months, the fates of others were also changed. First, the people beside him, Xianyuan Iran, didn't disappear. Hu Qianxiu and Xianyuan Tong were still alive. Gantian Mountain and Xian Mountain City weren't wiped out. Instead, they worked together to sweep Donglin Cloud Continent. The fates of many people changed as a result. His thoughts flowed. Numerous thoughts flashed across Zhongsho's mind. When it finally returned to silence, he suddenly had a kind of understanding in his heart. His understanding of the words fate and luck became a little more clear. Smiling slightly, Zhongsho flipped through the remnant book in his hand. His thoughts moved once more, his eyes filled with a cunning smile. However, although this Book of Universe is fake, the true universe creation records has most probably appeared in the world. His words caused everyone in the underground lake to look over once more. Before this, when they found out that the Book of Universe was fake, it made them disappointed. They lost interest and had no intention to stay here any longer. However, at this moment, Zhongsho's words made them curious once more. The Book of Universe had appeared? Then where was it? In the next moment, they heard Zhongsho smile as he spoke. Most probably, it was the person who created this Book of Universe. If I didn't personally see it, it would be tough to imagine that someone could replicate this Book of Universe so perfectly. When they heard this, Wuji and the many grade 9 cultivators were shocked. They had only seen the description of the Book of Universe in some classics. However, as for what this Book of Universe looked like, he only had a rough impression. However, when they saw it just now, they didn't have any doubts. It was like they felt that the Book of Universe should be like that, not doubting its authenticity at all. Thinking about it now, wasn't it suspicious? following which Zhongsho closed the book in his hand and smiled. Although this book is expensive, the space Tao recorded within is really extraordinary. It definitely came from the hands of an expert. Speaking of which, the Dragon Canyon appearing 3 months in advance is really weird. Although this person wasn't scheming against him. However, Zhongsho was still annoyed. Since you laid out such a plan, then it was only right for me to strike back a little. It was something that was to be expected. The people around still didn't speak. Although they kept silent, they all roughly understood what Zhongsho meant. In order to make people willingly fall for it, then this so-called Book of Universe had to have enough capital to not arouse the suspicions of the people who obtained this item. The person who forged this book had to have really high cultivation, reaching the Saint Realm and comprehending space techniques. However, why would such a person spend so much effort to use such methods to plot against small people like them? Even if the person was Zhongsho, the situation was a little weird. Then, the final possibility was that this person had obtained the Book of Universe, and at least personally saw it before he could replicate it. As expected, this Book of Universe had appeared in the world. Chapter 599. All of a sudden, the air above the lake was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was in deep thought. Wuji's eyes shone as he looked at the book in Zhongsho's hands. Since it wasn't the true universe book, it was naturally less attractive. However, Saint Realm experts were able to trace the source to a certain extent. If he could have this half of the book, then he would most probably be able to find out who the owner was. Apart from the half that was snatched away, the half in Zhongsho's hands was the only clue to the universe creation records. Forcefully snatching wasn't the best plan. With the strength of Dowling vast habitat, it wasn't impossible to attack Gantian Mountain, but they would suffer heavy losses. However, how was he going to exchange for this half of the book? Zifong was in deep thought and didn't speak for a long time, like he was weighing the pros and cons. The few vast habitats sent people over mostly to take a look at the description. That universe book was indeed not here. Who knew that they would be able to find a clue to the true universe book? At this moment, even he was tempted. Zhongsho smiled and kept the half of the book in his hands. I still need to study this book. It records space laws. It is beneficial to me, and I might keep it in my hands to comprehend it for a year and a half. At that time, if you are interested, no matter who you are, you can exchange with me. Everyone here was delighted. Even the eyes of the dozens of grade 9 experts of Sky Demon vast habitat lit up. They knew what Zhongsho meant. It seemed like he didn't care who was the one who exchanged for the book. Be it Demon Path or Righteous Sect, he didn't care. Moreover, it seemed like he didn't want to be enemies with Sky Demon vast habitat. Wuji's eyes turned cold and instantly calmed back down. Zhongsho had 2 Saint Realm experts behind him. Not to mention a year and a half. They couldn't even wait for half a month. Who knew whether or not that long Ao Kuan would peep? There were many ways to comprehend this half of the book. As long as he used a secret technique to make a rubbing, he could keep this Zhongsho for as long as he wanted. While everyone was deep in thought, a chuckle suddenly came from above the lake. What a Gantian monster king! I owe you a favor this time. Thank you very much. No one knew where that voice came from, but it reverberated for a long time. Zhongsho raised his eyebrows and suddenly stretched out his hand. He tore open the void in front of him and stepped into it. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in an empty space. Coincidentally, he was in the middle of a spatial gap. It was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see anyone. He left so quickly. Although he had already left, Zhongsho could still use his mind to capture the changes in the aura in the distance. He was only slower by 1,000th of a second, and that person had escaped. Actually, he could still chase, but in the end, there wouldn't be much of a change. Most probably, that person would still escape. Zhongsho was too lazy to waste energy, stopping and looking into the distance. Instead, he tried his best to deduce the identity of that person. Who is that? Shui Lingbo followed behind and also stepped in. Her face was flushed red and her eyes were filled with anger. Today, she was spied on time and time again, but she was unable to notice the tracks of these few people. It made her feel like her face had nothing to do with it, and she was already furious to the extreme. I also don't know. Zhongsho shook his head slightly, his brows furrowed. I guess that it was Shuriwe, but I can't confirm. Shuriwe? Zhongsho, how do you know him? Shui Lingbo looked at Zhongsho weirdly, seeing that this fellow was touching his chin in deep thought, not intending to explain it all. She couldn't help but scoff coldly, looking behind Zhongsho. Forget it. However, what are you planning to do with this thing? Don't you plan to refine it and take it? Zhongsho turned around and looked behind, only to see that the golden throne had actually followed over and was hanging behind him. He couldn't help but find it amusing. This was another problem that made one annoyed. It is indeed a problem. Anyways, I don't really want it. Whoever wants to take it can take it. Now, it likes me, but I don't like it anymore. The moment he said this, the golden throne instantly shook, like it was crying out. Shui Lingbo couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had never seen such a person. Just now, he was so majestic, suppressing 6 people with his sword. He didn't make a sound, plotting against the person who set up the Xiang King tomb, as well as the person who escaped. At this moment, he was so childish to fight with a spiritual artifact. Looking at the Avicii throne, it seemed like it had decided to accept Zhongsho as its master. There wouldn't be any changes. I really can't be bothered with you. I am returning to the common people's vast habitat. When are you coming back? Slightly shaking her head, Shui Lingbo said that. She suddenly exclaimed, focusing on Zhongsho's left shoulder, only to see that there was a little puppy lying there, looking at her timidly. Before the intense battle, she didn't notice it. Only now did she notice the existence of this little thing. This is your new protector beast? There was no mistaking the faint spiritual connection between the man and the beast. However, no matter how Shui Lingbo tried to discern it, she couldn't sense any difference between this little thing and a normal puppy. Looking closely, Shui Lingbo had already made her judgment. How ugly. How weak. There weren't many spirit masters who could support protector beasts. Like Zhongsho, who were all living beasts, the amount of soul power they consumed was much more. Even if they were all natural protector beasts, they still needed large amounts of soul power. She really didn't know where Zhongsho got this puppy from to actually waste a spot just like that. Zhongsho also took a look at Sherry. Just now when he was fighting, this little puppy was really obedient. Although it had just lost its father, it didn't make a fuss, making one really happy. His heart was filled with love. Zhongsho's eyes turned into a line as he smiled. This little fellow? It is called Xiaori. It is a Qilin. Don't look at it like that. Its combat strength isn't weak. The son of a god beast was grade 7 the moment it was born. After 10,000 years, although this Xiaori didn't grow much, its strength wasn't weak. If it wasn't for the suppression of the cloud world, it should have reached the spirit realm. It was undoubtedly the strongest out of his few spirit beasts, and was also his biggest trump card. Unfortunately, this little fellow was really malnourished, and its energy was really weak. It had also just gone through a tragic matter. If he ordered it to fight now, it would only be a tragedy. It would also damage its source and affect its future. Qilin? Shui Lingbo couldn't help but laugh, covering her lips and bursting out into a laugh. This puppy might have the bloodline of a Qilin, but it was most probably a distant relative. Who knows what was going on with Zhongsho? She didn't believe it in her heart, but she was too lazy to say anything more to this fellow. Sooner or later, Zhongsho would regret doing such a thing. She was really lazy. Shui Lingbo held up a red umbrella and placed it above her head. I'm going back. If you have time, remember to come to Tsang Qingdao Palace. I didn't say that, but that old man Hanfang wants you to go back and take a look. Also, that thing can be considered a country protecting treasure. Zhongsho, don't be dumb. She left right away. In just a moment, she disappeared in front of Zhongsho's eyes. At this moment, Xiaori gave out a soft roar, like it was being looked down on by Shui Lingbo, and felt unhappy. Zhongsho looked at it and laughed. Little puppy, you really look like... That Qilin didn't know what he meant. Its teary eyes looked at its master in confusion. Zhongsho didn't bother about it, turning around and looking at the Avicii throne. Like it was afraid that he really didn't want it, the golden throne shone brightly. Those 9 carved dragons seemed to have come alive as they moved about on the throne. They showed him all kinds of supernatural powers and special abilities. However, apart from the ability to swallow one's essence energy, the other uses of this item were mostly support. Zhongshu didn't care much. If it was a killing weapon, there would be a headache. Naturally, two images flashed through his mind. One was sitting on the throne, fighting with someone with a sword. That scene seemed too arrogant and overbearing. The other scene was him holding up the Avicii throne, using it to smash people that made him speechless. Country protecting treasure, Zhongshu muttered and then laughed. Forget it. It's best if I keep it. Casually waving his hand, he kept the golden throne into the Lingjie ring space. The latter didn't resist and allowed him to collect it. After entering the Lingjie ring, it consciously stayed in a corner far away from Ruoshui, just as Zhongshu was about to tear open space once more. When he returned to the deep underground lake, his brow furrowed, and he casually grabbed with his right hand. A few more golden talismans appeared in his hand. A total of 7 of them arrived one after another. These talismans should have been sent out a few days ago. However, due to the Dragon Canyon blocking them, they didn't reach his hands. Only now did they find traces of him. 8-tail Shui family. 200,000 Shui family race troops have entered the city. What a coincidence! Using his mind to read the information within the talisman, Zhongshu's first feeling wasn't panic, but wanting to laugh. What should he say? The timing that the Shui clan had chosen was a little too unfortunate. Were they sending themselves to death? However, to secretly surround Gantian Mountain, Xinyuan Irin and the people of Gantian Mountain made him feel uneasy. To attack their own people, these Shui family people were asking to die. A dark and sharp expression flashed across his eyes. Zhongshu smiled and clenched his fist, smashing the few talismans into pieces. Shui family, tailing sect, muttering softly, Zhongshu stepped away once more. In just a moment, he returned to the sky above the deep underground lake, only to see that the Sky Demon Vast Habitat and Dowling Vast Habitat, as well as the people of the various sects, were all gone. Even Zifong was nowhere to be seen. Only Lei Dong and a few others were still here. Ruotao was also here. After seeing him arrive, he immediately smiled and cupped his fist to Zhongshu, bowing deeply before leaving without any reluctance. He was probably waiting for him here, just for this bow, to express his gratitude. Zhongshu looked at Ruotao and smiled. He knew that the attitude of this spiritual sword was different from a few days ago. Chapter 600. He was still calm and confident, but the darkness between his brows had dissipated. He had probably walked out of that tough situation. After this person left, Lei Dong smiled. I know that Ruotao is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Today, I have received great kindness from the ruler, and in the future, I will think of ways to repay you. Zhongshu smiled without caring. Just now, he was the one who spoke out to guide Ruotao. However, it was a waste for this person to fall just like that. He didn't want others to repay him, as that wasn't what a gentleman would do. Only this Tai Chi's life, after he returns, won't be good. His talents are good, but unfortunately he used his thoughts in the wrong place. He wanted to control the Kinzo sect, but he didn't know that Ruotao had no intentions of doing so. Sighing, Lei Dong was pumped up. However, today's matter is a blessing for the two of them. This is a disaster, not a blessing. I should be the one thanking you. Speaking of which, it's time for me to leave. All good things must come to an end. Brother Buhui and I have already spent half a month in Gantian Mountain. It is already long enough. Originally, after Zhongshu's wedding, they should have left. Who knew that they would coincidentally meet the appearance of Dragon Canyon? As Lei Dong spoke, he looked at Jean Buhui, only to see this fatty frowning as he looked seriously at the high platform below. Lei Dong's brow furrowed. Jean Buhui, didn't you say that you were going to leave? Why are you in a daze here? This platform should be made of pure gold. Jean Buhui muttered. His expression was really conflicted. So big. Isn't it 4 million kilograms? I am thinking, should I bring the platform away too? Lei Dong's body shook, nearly unable to control himself, and falling into the deep lake below. He scolded out, "Fatty Jean, can you not be so vulgar? How many beast crystals can this gold be exchanged for? It can't even compare to a hair on your body." If it wasn't for this place being filled with familiar people, he wanted to stand as far away as he could to show that he didn't know this fatty. Jean Buhuwei had an innocent expression, muttering that a mosquito was also meat, following which he looked towards Zhong Shou with a pained expression. "Brother Zhong, aren't you a little too fast? There will be such a thing next time. It seems that I'd better stay away from you." Zhong Shou paused for a moment. Then he remembered the pile of spirit stones that he had taken away, and he chuckled. If there was a next time, he would still snatch it. He had no choice. He had been too poor recently. It seemed like he was really embarrassed to keep the golden platform in his bag. Jean Buhuwei was reluctant and forced himself to retract his gaze. "Speaking of which, it's time to go. When the sect summons you, you must return." Zhong Shou was slightly stunned. He could vaguely guess where Lei Dong had gone. It was nothing more than finding a place to go into seclusion and disappear for a while to comprehend the saber and sword combination technique. However, Jean Buhuwei's words were out of his expectations. Haoshuan sect? In this fourth sacred land, what matter could there be that they had to use Jean Buhuwei? He wanted to ask, but he was worried that there were some taboos within, so it wasn't convenient for him to ask. However, Jean Buhuwei himself didn't care much about it, rubbing his head in annoyance. "It's that Taishang Emperor. He said that he wanted us to send a few direct disciples down the mountain to work in the court. My few senior brothers are all in charge of the sect and can't leave. In the end, this matter could only fall on me. I heard that we have to take the imperial exam to become a grand scholar. Isn't that asking for our lives? I heard that we have no choice even if we don't want to go." That old emperor told that grand teacher Zhongshuan to personally bring his decree to Haoshuan Mountain. Zhong Shou looked at Jean Buhuwei. This fellow was dressed in a tacky golden robe and had a fat head and big ears. After exchanging glances with Lei Dong, they all burst out laughing. Even Jingyin, who was beside Yinran Zhao, smiled. Although he laughed, Zhong Shou knew that Emperor Yuanchun was already really unhappy with Haoshuan's sect. If Jean Buhuwei went, it would be hard to predict. Originally, based on his intentions, he wanted to keep the two of them for a while. However, since such a thing happened in Gantian Mountain, it was a little inconvenient, and he couldn't say anything. Thinking about it seriously, Zhong Shou smiled. "Forget it. I won't be so wishy-washy and talk about the six of us. You just need to remember that be it you or your Haoshuan sect. If you have any problems, come and find me." Jean Buhuwei was stunned, following which he nodded his head seriously. Although Zhong Shou's words were said in a joking tone, it had a lot of weight to it. The two of them rose into the air and left. Zhong Shou's expression slowly turned cold. His eyes were filled with a coldness that couldn't be melted. "This little dog is your protector spirit pet? Is so ugly." Zhao Yanran noticed at the start. She was both surprised and amused as she looked at Xiaori. Then, she noticed that Zhong Shou's aura wasn't right. She had only seen such an expression before mysterious cloud spirit sect was wiped out. Her brow couldn't help but turn serious. Did something happen? Zhong Shou smiled, slightly nodding his head as he looked at his hand. "The Shui family people have arrived. They are probably going to kill people." As he said that, he calmly summoned the golden high platform and placed it into a heaven and earth bag. Zhao Yanran's heart was originally tight, but when she saw the situation, she was speechless. Jingyin was filled with disdain. Pretty much at the same time, within a commoner's house within Gantian Mountain, a mouthful of blood mist suddenly spread out in the room. It sprayed all about, dyeing the walls red. At this moment, a teen prince was standing beside the window, looking out at the scenery outside. Noticing the movement behind him, he couldn't help but look back in shock, only to see a person sitting on the table. His body was thin, his face was clean, and he wore a black silk cloak. However, at this moment, the arrogance and majesty of this person was totally gone. His face was purple gold, his lips ashen white. What happened? Why was he injured to such an extent? The teen's eyes were filled with shock, following which he understood. Was it your incarnation? Who did it? The moment he said that, he felt even more shocked. There weren't any other cultivators here, so to be able to injure him to such an extent, it was only his incarnation that was connected to his mind. However, in this world, apart from those few people who could hurt him, that black shirt man was also filled with doubt. He frowned and thought seriously. I don't know, things changed too quickly. The last memory I sensed was when I attacked Zhong Shou. In the end, I lost in one strike. This Gantian mountain monster king is really terrifying. Lost in one strike. The teen prince was shocked. This Zhong Shou was actually so strong? Speaking of this guest elder of his, he was one of the top figures even amongst spirit realm cultivators of the same level. Even if it was him, using the same cultivation, he would need at least 8 minutes to take him down. Chapter 601. Spirit Realm Cultivation. Even if he suppressed his realm, he had no opponents in the cloud world. In addition to his stealth assassination techniques, none of the people he had personally assassinated over the past few decades had survived. It was really hard to imagine that someone could destroy his incarnation. However, in the next moment, he heard the black shirt man frown and say, "My incarnation attacked when Zhong Shou was surrounded by Shui Lingbo, Osamuhara, Lu Ruotao, Lei Dong, and Li Wuhui." Pretty much every name he said caused the young prince's brows to tremble. The people that the black shirt man mentioned were all the top young experts of Donglin Cloud Continent, especially that Tai Yuan fairy who had been famous for tens of years. If it wasn't for Tai Yuan's sect needing this woman to suppress the sect, she would have advanced to the spirit realm. Zhong Shou could use his own strength to go up against the 6 of them. He even had the strength to deal with the assassination. How was that possible? If it wasn't for the expression of the black shirt man being really serious and heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He pretty much thought that the other party was joking. Shui Lingbo, Osamuhara? Then why isn't that Wushuan Xiao Xiangzi here? Is Tai Chi here? The black-clothed man frowned. After all, they were thousands of miles away and in an environment like the Dragon Canyon. His spiritual sense was far from being able to contact people thousands of miles away. To be able to roughly sense all this was because the incarnation exploded out with soul power before it died to send out this bit of information. However, in these memories of his, there was no one. Wushuan Xiao Xiangzi was indeed nowhere to be seen. When the young prince saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief, obviously relaxing. Out of the 6 of them, apart from Shui Lingbo, who he was slightly worried about, he didn't bother about the other people. No matter how strong this Zhong Shou was, he should be on the same level as Wushuan Xiao Xiangzi. However, it seemed like this Gantian mountain monster king couldn't be left alive. In that case, do you remember who was the one who destroyed that incarnation? The black-clothed man still shook his head. He could only vaguely remember. It should be an extremely fast saber light and a sword intent that could destroy everything. However, he had no idea as to how the second primordial spirit had been destroyed. That's right. It must have been done by an expert. Since Long Ying was Zhong Shou's master, there might be other spirit realm cultivators by his side. That Long Ying martial saint had always been a lone wolf. However, it was said that he had given some pointers to the younger generation. Many people are grateful for his guidance. The young man smiled, revealing a look of understanding. He shook his head, his eyes filled with reprimand. I told you long ago that we should be extremely careful about this matter. Zhong Shou's status was also different from others. Don't act rashly. You just don't believe me. It's just an avatar. After we return, I'll reforge it for you. However, this kind of thing must not happen again. There are many experts in the cloud world. It is not a place for you to do as you wish. Hearing those words, the black-clothed man's tightly frowned brows slowly relaxed. It did sound very reasonable. However, why did he feel that this matter wasn't right? However, the Yang family being willing to compensate him for his losses made him relax. Just as he was thinking back to those messy memories, the young man smiled. The young master suddenly smiled. Kong Su is back. The moment he said that, the door was pushed open. A scholar in his late 30s walked in from outside the door. First, He looked at the blood-stained walls with slight surprise. Then he looked at the black-clothed man. Then he bowed deeply towards the young man. Kongshu greets young master. All the etiquettes were actually those of a subject. Only the eldest young master of the imperial capital's Yang family could make him act like that. There's no need to be so polite. Yang Ming nodded slightly, reaching out to support him, following which he smiled and asked, "Have you seen your sister?" "Yes." Kongshu bowed once more, his expression filled with emotions. "I have seen Kong Yao. In the past, I hated her to the bone. Looking at her now, I pity her. It is okay that the Monster King has high hopes for her, but she had to face such a change." Yang Ming listened expressionlessly. He didn't care much about the matter of a retired governor-commander. The brother and sister matter was the private matter of the Kong family and had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to bother. Patiently listening to Kongshu speak, a bright glow flashed in his eyes. "Then what do you think of this Gantian mountain? The security is tight, the soldiers are capable, and the law is strict. Such elite troops. Even our Taishang doesn't have many." However, he knew that what this Yang family young master wanted to ask wasn't this. Taking in a deep breath, Kongshu said decisively, "Although Gantian Mountain is strong, the Shui family is like an ant in a dam. They can't be defended against just because they are strong. I see that some of the nobles in Gantian Mountain have noticed something. However, they're all guarding their doors and keeping secret from others. This time Gantian Mountain was destined to change the day and the sky. However, the Shui family wants to capture that Zhongshu alive. This person can't be left alive." Yang Ming grunted and raised his eyebrows. Following which Kongshu explained solemnly, "Gantian Mountain's military foundations aren't weak. If the Shui family gets the Blood Cloud cavalry, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In the future, it would be tough to suppress them. To our Taishang, it might not be a good thing." Yang Ming laughed when he heard that, his face filled with admiration. To the Taishang, it might not be a good thing? What Kongshu was referring to was his Yang family, right? "Do you know that the Liao King has such intentions?" Seeing Kongshu look over in shock, Yang Ming nodded his head apologetically. "Unfortunately, your sister's going to be a widow right after she got married." Kongshu bowed, knowing what Yang Ming meant. He wanted to kill Zhongshu. He didn't feel anything special in his heart, only admiring Yang Ming's decisiveness. Only such a person could be the ruler of a world, the ruler of a country. As for Kong Yao, his sister seemed like a person who was plagued by calamities. Just as the two of them were discussing, in the sky above Gantian Mountain, two pairs of cold gazes looked over. One of them was Schwemmhoffen. His eyes were filled with a dark coldness that couldn't be melted. This Liao King's people won't be on the same side as our Shui family, no matter what on the surface. We need to be wary in the dark. He really wanted to know what the few of them were talking about and what they were doing. However, the eldest son of the Yang family was really careful. There's no need to bother thinking about it. They just don't want our Shui family to take over Gantian Mountain. I have a plan to deal with them. The girl from the Fox clan that Schwemmhoffen called Your Highness spoke as she looked into the distance with a hopeful expression. That person, on the other hand, has returned. Schwemmhoffen was instantly pumped up. The person that the teen was referring to was naturally Zhongshu. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It could finally begin. After today, it would be the time for the eight-tailed Shui family to return to the cloud world. At the same time, in a tavern below, a voice rang out. A middle-aged man with a dispirited appearance, who was holding a wine cup in his hand, suddenly stopped and laughed involuntarily. That nephew of his had already returned? He came back so quickly, not giving him any chance at all. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. When Zhongshu flew out of the Dragon Canyon, most of the cultivators here had already left. Coincidentally, when he flew out of the canyon, there was a roar that shook one's eardrums. In just a short 4 hours, the cultivators who were still in the valley all ran out one after another. Who knows if these people were really not prepared to go up against Gantian Mountain, or were they specially instructed by someone? Be it cultivators of the vast habitat or the shrines, none of them disobeyed. They handed over 80% of their income. Even if they needed something, they would hand over enough mind stones before taking it away. As for the spiritual items they collected, just the grade 9 spiritual stones alone amounted to a total of 13,000. It made Pill Fountain sect and Kongchi sect people all smile. Such a huge harvest was comparable to hundreds of years of mind stone production. Zhongsho was worried. Most of the things here would enter the Gantian Mountain treasury. He could only take 10%, but it was better than nothing. If he used these spiritual stones and the harvest from the Een Dragon Valley on the Book of Een Extreme Life, he would be able to speed up his progress by at least 4 years. It would be enough for him to comprehend the first 2 pages of the Book of Een. His attainments in sword arts would also become more exquisite. At this moment, there were still many cultivators who hadn't come out of the canyon. Zhongsho didn't care, treating them as if they were already dead. That Een Dragon had already woken up. Even if it didn't escape, the situation wasn't good. There weren't any other experts within the canyon. With the strength of Pill Fountain and Kongchi sect, it was enough to deal with them. There was no need for the army to surround this place. Along with him giving the order, the 60,000 armored soldiers and 20,000 cavalry who rushed over from Gantian Mountain started to break camp. Zhongsho was about to instruct Tianxi and Mingdan when he heard the former's eyes filled with worry. During these few days, there seems to be something wrong with Gantian Mountain City. Your Highness, please be careful. Old man Mingdan closed his eyes, saying simply, "It's the 8-tail Shuef family. Your Highness has done us a huge favor. If you need help, just ask." "There is no need." Zhongsho smiled when he heard that. The actions of the Shuef family were really secretive. It seems like he couldn't hide from these people who had intentions. However, what made him satisfied was the attitude that the two of them expressed. What they meant was that they were still of the same mind as Gantian Mountain City. However, in your eyes, Zhongsho, actually have a chance to win. That makes me surprised. 8-tail blood, illusionary heart mirror. He had the entire Gantian Mountain in his hands. No matter how one looked at it, he was definitely going to lose this time. The best outcome would be to flee alone. The cause of a country would be destroyed in a day. When Tianxi heard that, his heart was filled with bitterness. Since the news from Gantian Mountain spread over, he really didn't feel that Zhongsho had much chance of winning. The reason was that their Kongchi sect and Lingyun sect had huge animosity and they had no way out. Secondly, it was because they trusted Zhongsho for some reason. They subconsciously felt that this monster king who climbed up from thorns wouldn't fall so easily. Chapter 602. Leaving the Een Dragon Canyon, Zhongsho directly abandoned the 80,000 elite troops. He only led the 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry to travel swiftly. For 1,000 miles with the speed of the grade 4 Dragonhorn winged horse. In just a day, they could see the tall Gantian Mountain. However, when they passed the evil spirit Moat Jinshan Pass and arrived beneath the Gantian Mountain city walls, Zhongsho suddenly reined in his horse. It caused the entire cavalry force to stop. The 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry were like one person. Then he squinted as he looked at the city in the distance. It was bustling and noisy, just like 10 days ago when he left. However, looking at the city he was staying in now, he felt a little out of place. What thick monster energy! As expected, it is the 8-tail Shui family. Zhongfei scoffed. This time he followed Zhongsho to the Een Dragon Canyon to take charge there, which was why he avoided the changes within Gantian Mountain. However, he was also the last to find out about the arrival of the Shui family. At this moment, his face was filled with rage. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the teen beside him who was looking into the distance. There was no hesitation in his heart. Instead, he was filled with endless joy. 9 Tails, his junior, the current race leader of the Zhong family, had the 9-tail sky fox blood. Originally, he didn't know. He only knew that his bloodline had changed, and he actually jumped to the 8-tail level. However, the moment he stood together with Zhongsho once more, that feeling, however, became clearer and clearer. The threat and connection that came from a bloodline made his heart tremble. The feeling he had at that moment couldn't be described with words. At this moment, Zhongsho was the monster king of their fox race bloodline. Zhongsho didn't speak, carefully sizing them up. His eyes swept across the city walls, only to see that the guards above looked the same as before. They looked the same, pretty much without any flaws. However, from some details, one could see that there were some abnormalities. They were even more elite than the elite troops under him. It was like they had gone through numerous cruel killings on the battlefield. They had thick killing intent and were also really strong. It wasn't something the soldiers of Gantia Mountain could compare to. They only had slightly more Xiantian experts than Gantia Mountain. However, if the two armies fought, the three towns of Gantia Mountain wouldn't be able to beat one of the enemies. This was the Shui clan's clan weapon. It seemed like the days of the Fox royal family in the past weren't much better than the Fox race in the Cloud world. Such elite troops could not have been trained if they had not gone through countless battles. No wonder the Shui family dared to scheme against his Gantian Mountain with 200,000 people. He was also confident that after he died, he could suppress the Donglin cities that he had just conquered. He does have some capital. Apart from that, there seemed to be some arrangements within the city to fight against the Blood Cloud cavalry. After a few breaths, the people in the city seemed to have finally realized something. There was a commotion on the city tower. Then, the tightly shut middle door opened with a quang-quang sound. Close to 10,000 armored soldiers stepped out in an orderly manner to welcome him. Then, they knelt on both sides. This was the ceremony to welcome the ruler. Zhongsho looked at the soldiers who knelt on the ground with deep meaning. Then, he smiled and led the horse forwards. Enter the city. With just an order, the 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry all drove their mounts. In an orderly manner, they followed Zhongsho step by step into the city gate. Behind the city gate was the Barbican. However, just as Zhongsho was about to reach the second city gate, a male dressed in civil servant attire walked in front of him and bowed. Ruler, it is now morning and the city is busy. It is a little inappropriate to ride horses on the streets. If we forcefully chase them away, it will hurt your name. Ruler, please proceed forward. We have already prepared the carriage and the ceremonial guards. Zhongsho's eyes squinted. He could roughly feel it. The walls around the Barbican had countless dangerous auras that were faintly discernible. Who knows how many strong bows and crossbows were hidden here? Were they planning to catch a turtle in a jar? To let him toss the Blood Cloud cavalry here? Was this the Shui family's plan to wipe out the Blood Cloud cavalry? Who knows what this person would say when he returned? Such thoughts rose up in his heart. Zhongsho smiled and looked deeply at the teen civil servant in front of the horse. Do I need you to teach me how to act? Today, I want to lead my Blood Cloud cavalry into the city. What are you going to do? That teen civil servant was slightly stunned. He frowned and raised his head, wanting to persuade him once more. However, Zhongsho wasn't willing to speak with this person, casually waving his sword. Instantly, a head was charged up by a blood glow. Just as this person's head was sliced off, Zhong Yuan and Yin Yang's brows rose up. They noticed that the aura behind the walls of the Barbican was getting more and more restless. After a moment of silence, the two city gates at the front and back creaked and started to close. Zhong Yuan scoffed coldly. A short halberd suddenly flew out from his hand, using intent to gather strength for 1,000 auras connected. A bloodlight flashed, and one could only hear a loud explosion. That blood-colored shore halberd instantly smashed a small half of the city gate made of giant brass wood into smithereens. However, when the gate broke, one could see balls of spiritual light rippling all about. Pieces of it swept across the sky, forming dozens of intersecting layers of light. A bright glow flashed in Zhongsho's eyes. He knew that this was the city protecting spiritual formation that had been activated. It was most probably modified by the Shui family people, coincidentally trapping this Barbican. Looking forward, only to see that behind the broken city gate, it was a black mass of armored soldiers that blocked the city gate. On the left, right, front, and back, there were numerous people standing behind the Barbican walls. Close to 10,000 10-stone strong bows were pointed below the Barbican. Zhongsho was expressionless as he looked around. Then he focused in front of him, only to see a familiar-looking male smiling as he stood behind the city gate, in front of tens of thousands of armored soldiers. He first sized up Zhongsho before bowing. Eight-tail Shui family, Shui Mafe, welcomes ruler back to the city. My Highness has arrived at the Zhong family ancestral temple and is waiting for your Highness to pay respects. Zhongsho directly looked past this person and behind Shui Mafe, only to see Zhong Ling and Zhong Han standing there with wooden faces. Apart from the two of them, there were dozens of other people. Not only the Zhong family, but even the few elders of the Iron Tiger race and Wind Bear race stood there quietly, their faces ashen white. Expressionlessly sweeping these people, Zhongsho smiled. Shui Mafe, what is your relationship with Shui Moyan? The two of you are so similar. Who is your Highness? He is so arrogant to dare to ask me, Zhongsho, to pay respects. If I don't go, what will happen? Shui Moyan is my brother. I remember that he died under ruler's sword. As for her Highness, she is the head of our eight-tail Shui family, the master of you, Zhongsho. Your Zhong family has stolen the authority of our Shui family for close to 6,000 years, and it is time to return it to our Shui family. As he said that, Shui Mafei's tone was dark and cold as he shook his head. If ruler isn't willing to go, then I won't. Naturally, I won't be able to. Luckily, I have the Zhong family in my hands, hundreds of thousands of lives, as well as tens of millions of Gantian Mountain people. The worst outcome is that we will all be destroyed. Ruler, please reconsider, and don't force me to attack. Zhongsho scoffed, but before he could say anything, a voice rang out, only to hear a loud noise spread out from within the city. He looked into the distance in shock, only to see a flame rise up from the waist of Gantian Mountain and swiftly spread out. Gantian Mountain? Hanyan Palace? It seems like this eight-tail Shui family was really prepared to attack this place. Xinyuan Irin had that spiritual shield protecting her, so he didn't need to worry. However, Xinyuan Tong and his wife were still in Hanyan Palace. However, looking at the burning flames, Zhongsho wasn't angry, but laughed instead. The killing intent in his chest slowly boiled. With the example of mysterious Cloud Mountain being wiped out, this Shui family dared to repeat the same mistake. Did they really think that they could win this time? Although Zhong Yuan and Yin Yang didn't speak, their eyes were red. His hand pressed onto the halberd. His aura was low and suppressive. Is your Highness anxious? Shui Mafe smiled. Apart from Zhongsho's cold smile, which shocked him, Shui Mafe smiled. Pretty much all the reactions were within his expectations. Don't worry, my few subordinates are all smart. Ruler's two concubines won't dare to casually offend you. He especially emphasized the word casual. What he meant was that if Zhongsho didn't cooperate, he would have no choice. Then he had no choice. However, just as he said that, the fire that was spreading on Gantian Mountain was suddenly extinguished. The killing sounds slowly became louder and louder, shaking the sky. In an instant, countless spiritual inscriptions and forbidden runes appeared on the top of the mountain. The sounds of weapons clashing were limited to the waist of the mountain. Zhongsho instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, Xiaowei didn't let him down. This Gantian Mountain peak was still so well defended that not a single drop of water could leak out. It caused his last bit of worry to be tossed aside. Shui Mafe frowned slightly. Then he didn't care, recovering his smile. What does ruler think? However, the moment he said those words, an indescribable aura suddenly descended upon this place. Out of the 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry, the others didn't sense anything. Only those from the Fox race could sense it. They couldn't help but exchange glances with one another, their gazes weird. A cold glow appeared in Zhong Yuan's eyes, the spear in his hand held even tighter. However, he could clearly feel the suppression from the bloodline. If it was before, he would instantly lose all his strength and be slaughtered by others. At this moment, he only felt slightly uncomfortable. Zhong Shaxin was delighted. 9 tails? No, there seemed to be a flaw. At this moment, he felt as if an underdeveloped little beast was provoking the true king of a clan. He was silent. After taking in a deep breath, Zhongsho suddenly nodded his head. Okay, I will make a trip with you. I also want to see what kind of person your Shui family head is. If it wasn't for Zhongsho, he wouldn't have been restricted by the bloodline a few years ago. If it wasn't for the Nine Tails blood in the Yin Dragon Canyon, the matter today was really unimaginable. How would Zhongsho let the Shui family head have a good time? The moment he said that, Zhao Yinran exclaimed, tugging at Zhongsho's sleeves. Chapter 603. Zhongsho, are you crazy or are you really so dumb? Zhao Yinran was filled with disbelief. He knew that the Shui family people were prepared to attack him. Zhongsho was actually so dumb to jump in. For the lives of the millions of people in the city and the Zhong family people. However, was this fellow so noble? At this moment, although there were strong crossbows all around, there were also hundreds of thousands of Shui family elites who used the spiritual formation to surround. However, with the combat strength of the Blood Cloud cavalry, even if Zhongsho and Zhongyuan were suppressed by the Shui family in terms of bloodline, they could still easily protect them and escape. Although they would lose their base, with this invincible cavalry, along with the millions of troops spread out around Donglin, as long as they were willing to give up, they would have a chance to turn the situation around. However, if they entered now, they wouldn't have any chance at all. Zhongsho laughed, waving his hand and shaking off Zhao Yinran's hand. He secretly looked towards Zhongyuan, Mingdo, and Liehe, and signaled with his eyes, only to see the few of them smile and nod their heads. The Blood Cloud cavalry had Zhongyuan and Yin Yang taking charge, as well as the Fulling Sect Pinnacle Space Dome formation. No matter what the situation was, they would be able to deal with it. He rode his horse forwards and arrived at the city gate. The smile on Xue Mafei's face became more and more joyous, his eyes glowing. Zhongling and Zhonghan were stunned on the spot. This script was different from what they had planned. Actually, as long as Zhongsho returned, the Zhong family people who were controlled would explode out. The private armies of the various races in the city would also join in. Zhong Gang, who was still locked up in the Zhong family ancestral temple, already had plans to sacrifice himself. However, what was the ruler planning to do now? Until Zhongsho slowly walked in front of them. Only then did Zhongling and the others feel a chill down their spines. They only felt that their bloodline was trembling. There was an involuntary desire to kneel and submit to Zhongsho. It was as if Zhongsho was supposed to be their king and should be high and mighty. This is Nine Tails? Nine-tailed Star Mark. It was the noblest and most tyrannical bloodline of the Fox tribe. The master of destiny for all of the Fox clan. The source of the Zhong Consortium's bloodline evolution was actually Jun Shang. After being startled for a moment, their eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy, and they almost couldn't control themselves. He was also afraid that the members of the Shui clan and the surroundings would notice. So he hurriedly lowered his head and restrained his gaze, and he tried his best to maintain the calm on his face. However, his body was still trembling. In the eyes of the people around them, knowledge seemed to be angered by Zhongsho. Xue Mafei also didn't find anything strange. When Zhongsho got close, he laughed lightly. Jun Shang, please board the carriage. In his tone, there was less fear, more arrogance, and also some disdain. Since this Zhongsho was willing to separate from the Blood Cloud cavalry, he had totally fallen into his hands. Even if his sword skills were top, he wouldn't be able to jump out of his palm. Even though this child was peerless and had great ambitions, but in the end, he still fell in the hands of Xue Mafei. The expressions of the soldiers of the Shui clan relaxed as well, and they moved aside successively. They revealed the carriage that the Shui family had prepared. Naturally, it wasn't the jade carriage that Zhongsho used in the past. It was just a really simple donkey carriage. It was only padded with some straw, and the animals pulling it were just 4 really bad-looking donkeys. To say that it was the carriage of a ruler, it was better to say that it was a prisoner carriage. Was this an insult? Was he prepared to use this to threaten Gantian Mountain? Samuraim's eyes flashed, following which he smiled without much care. After getting off the horse, he calmly boarded the donkey carriage. When Xue Mafei saw the situation, he laughed out loud. He was filled with glee and also the joy of succeeding. Zhongling, Zhonghan, and the others still lower their heads. However, when they occasionally looked towards those Shui family race people, their gazes were like they were looking at dead people. At this moment, Zhongshu's heart moved as he looked to the side. That was a restaurant that took up a huge amount of space. As it was close to the city gates, the dishes were decent, which was why the business was really good. However, at this moment, it was really cold. The doors were tightly shut, and it looked like that. However, just now, Zhongshu could clearly feel a killing intent rising up. However, it flashed and disappeared, calming down once more. This person's cultivation wasn't bad, but it actually caused him to feel a sense of danger. His strength should be on the same level as Juyu and Osamu Hara. Who knew who this person was? He didn't have time to think about it. The carriage had already started to slowly move, following the green stone path in the city forwards. Then, Zhongshu's eyes squinted, only to see that the residents on both sides of the streets were forcefully chased out by some of the Shui family race soldiers. At this moment, they were all standing on both sides of the streets, their eyes slightly red as they looked towards him. Their expressions were filled with sadness and rage. His heart instantly tightened, following which his lips curled up into a gratified smile. He was really fortunate to have people like that. Unless he had no choice, he really didn't want his people to be hurt at all. This was why he still needed to continue acting out this show. To capture bandits, one had to capture the leader. Only by capturing that person could he truly stop the possible war. What Zhonggang and the others meant was that even if Gantian Mountain was destroyed, they had to totally solve the problem of the Shui family. The idea was good, but it wasn't what he wanted. He mocked himself. He always said that he had to be vicious, but when it came to it, he most probably couldn't do it. Or maybe this was the true him. The moment such a thought rose up, Zhongshu felt an external power spread through the air. It forcefully restrained his soul, totally cutting off his connection with the energy of Gantian Mountain and the entire country. Trying it out, as expected, he was unable to gather strength and gather the strength of millions of people. Illusionary heart mirror? As expected from the top treasure of the fox race, a godly item that was passed down for 10,000 years. With this thing suppressing, he could forget about using the strength of the country. It seems like he had to use that thing this time. Zhongshu shook his head slightly, following which he flicked a bit of essence blood into the Lingjie ring onto the Avicii throne. After receiving his blood, the golden throne began to emit a crisp and clear sound. As if they were extremely excited, the 9 engraved dragons on the dragon throne all shone with spiritual light once again, incomparably brilliant. This person's spiritual senses are really sharp. Pretty much at the same time, in the restaurant that Zhongshu's eyes swept past, Yangming frowned slightly, like he was really disappointed. Sigh, this Zhongshu isn't a hero. What a disappointment. Within the huge building, there were only 2 people. Apart from Yangming, the other person was Kongshu. When he heard that, he nodded his head slightly. What surprise, this Zhongshu actually didn't resist at all. As he said that, Kongshu gave out a consoling smile. With the illusionary heart mirror suppressing, this Zhongshu's cultivation is probably reduced by 90%. Although the Shui family has many experts, most of them are at the peak of Gantian Mountain. Mr. Wuda won't disappoint young master this time. Since the situation that he expected didn't appear, then he could only choose this plan. Yangming's heart wasn't here, looking at the emotional crowd on both sides of the street. He sighed, his face filled with cold disdain. Who knew that this Zhongshu would have such a high position in the hearts of the people of Gantian Mountain? The Shui family wants to humiliate Zhongshu and damage his reputation. I'm afraid you've lifted a rock and smashed your own foot. When he heard that, Kongshu was also silent. He also didn't expect such a situation. Pretty much at the same time, above the clouds, a long sigh sounded out. It seems like the Shui family is going to win. What a waste. This country is going to be destroyed in a day. Unifying Donglin is just a matter of 10 days. This Gantian Mountain country has such a short lifespan. As he said that, the owner of the voice shook his head slightly. This is luck. Although this Zhongsho is talented and has strong troops, he is still a decisive person. Actually, he only feels that he has temporarily given up on Gantian Mountain. Even with tailing helping, he has at least a 30% chance of winning. Who knows whether this person is doing it for his new wife or for the lives of the people in the city, to actually be willing to be trapped. With that, it is like a tiger falling from the sky, a dragon trapped in shallow water, unable to turn the situation around. The situation of Donglin Cloud Continent is going to change once more. What a waste. An invincible teen hero who should be able to rule the heavens and earth has fallen to the mortal world. Why'd it have to be like this? You and I both saw his strength in the underground lake. Fighting 1 against 6, all of them were experts who merged spirit and martial arts, and he still didn't lose. Although he can't keep the country, he might be able to escape with his life. Another voice took over and then asked curiously, Senior Brother Wuji, do you really want to save him? Tailing Sect and the Shui family have worked together to plot against him in Gantian Mountain. There is also the grievances with Ling Yun from before. He probably has a lot of grievances against our Taoist faction, and it would be tough to make him submit. Out of the few of them, the one at the head was Wuji. At this moment, he frowned like he was in deep thought. I'm also hesitating. However, halfway through his words, Wuji looked towards the clouds in the distance. Even if we don't attack, the people there are eager to try. The few of them looked out. Naturally, they couldn't see anything. There was no one in the clouds in front of them. However, they could clearly sense a few demon path auras surging in that direction. Without needing to think, it was definitely those few from Sky Demon Vast Habitat. If that Monster King gave up on Gantian Mountain and stepped into the demon path, the outcome would be catastrophic. At this moment, Wuji's eyes were filled with coldness as he sighed. The chance is hard to come by. If we can persuade him to join our Dowling Vast Habitat, we still have to try. If we can't, then we will talk about it. Anyways, we can't let this kid be tempted by evil. Even if he dies, it is much better than falling into the demon path. The moment he said this, the few people around were silent. That was true. Their Dowling Vast Habitat had the responsibility of keeping the world safe. They couldn't just sit there and watch this Zhongsho walk down the evil path. With this person's talent, it would be a calamity for the world. At that time, rather than continuing to live, it was better for him to die. Chapter 604. Just as the few people in the air were discussing about Zhongsho, at the peak of Gantian Mountain, within the Hanyan Palace, Xianyuan Irin was leaning on the railing and looking out. Looking down at the foot of the mountain, his eyes were filled with unresolvable sorrow. Xianyuan Tong's body was trembling, unable to even speak properly. He only felt that the scene of Zhongsho sitting on the straw mule carriage and walking on the stone streets was so eye-piercing and shocking. To actually humiliate him like that. This Shui family is really despicable. I am useless, unable to use the 3-foot sword to wipe out his entire race. He was filled with rage, unable to suppress it, filled with regret. I only hate that I didn't kill myself. Without the two of us, why would Zhongsho be like this? Lisina's face was green, and she didn't speak. However, the feeling in her heart was really complicated. On the other hand, Chiuwei was still really calm. Don't worry, City Lord. The ruler naturally has his reasons for doing that. Since the late ruler died, so many huge waves have passed. There is no reason for him to fall in the hands of the Shui family people. I won't hide it from City Lord. I don't understand either. This time we should have had a chance of winning. Once the ruler returned to the city, we would have dealt with the Shui family people. However, who knew that the ruler would do that? Xianyuan Irin was startled, looking over in shock. Chance of winning? What chance do they have now? Only to see Chiuwei frown as he explained. Based on what I know, the Zhong family bloodline has risen to 8 tails not long ago. They are also the king race of the fox race. Even if the Zhong family has the illusionary heart mirror, they won't be able to control the entire race. When he heard this, Xianyuan Tong could not help but be stunned, after which he cursed loudly. Then what is this fellow trying to do? Xian Yuan, Irin, listen on at the side, the worry in her heart lessening. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and looked at Kong Yao, who was standing there like an invisible person. Sister Kong, what do you think? Kong Yao was at a loss when she heard that. Rinbua, Chiu Wei, and some old officials of Gantian Mountain were all here. They were all really knowledgeable people. Why did Xinyuan Irin not ask anyone else but her? Following which Xinyuan Irin said sincerely, Husband once told me that Sister Kong's ability to lead troops might not be as good as Zhong Yuan and Xiu Yu, but you are a great commander and can take charge of an area. Zhong Yuan can command soldiers, but younger Sister Kong can command generals. Your ability can only be shown when you command an army of thousands. Based on my thoughts, Sister Kong must have something to teach me. At this time, not only was Kong Yao stunned, even Xiu Wei, Rinbua, and the others were slightly surprised. Zhong Shou actually thought so highly of this woman. He even defeated Zhong Yuan and Xiu Wei. They didn't believe it in their hearts, but when they thought about the few people besides Zhong Shou, they all kept silent. A few years ago, who would have known that Zhong Yuan was an unparalleled general seed? Who would have thought that Chu Shui, that brat, could actually step into the heaven realm? They originally thought that their ruler wasn't a normal, lustful person, even thinking about the Taishang title governor commander. Thinking about it now, there was probably a deeper meaning behind it. Kong Yao was also at a loss. Zhong Shou actually said that about her. She didn't expect to be a general talent. Why didn't she know that she had the ability to lead? She was stunned for a moment before Kong Yao came back to her senses. She took in a deep breath, her expression expressionless. Ruler has victory in his hands, so what is there to worry about? We just need to defend ourselves and wait for changes. The brows of the people around all rose up. Who knows if Kong Yao was just saying that or if she really meant it? However, at this moment, it seemed like that was the only thing they could do. When everyone's gazes all shifted away, Li Qia's expression changed. Kong Yao sighed inwardly, a bitter smile on her face. How could he not win? Even if she didn't use her spiritual eyes to look, she could still feel that blazing king energy. How strong. These Shui family people were really asking to die. However, this Zhong Shou was actually willing to risk his life for the lives of the people in the city. As expected from his Saint King aura, maybe she really misjudged him. No. The reason why that fellow did that was because he had a high chance of winning. How was it possible that he was truly helping the people under his rule? The moment such a thought rose up, Kong Yao heard a clear and melodious cry ring out in the air. Phoenix cry? How was that possible? Kong Yao first thought that she was hallucinating. However, when she shook her head, she heard the cry ring out one after another. Her expression changed slightly, and then a red line opened up at the center of her brows, only to see that at the foot of the mountain, on the straw donkey carriage 100,000 feet away, there was a vast pure white energy charging into the clouds. Apart from a giant dragon coiling around it, there was also a 7-colored phoenix circling around it. Kong Yao felt pain from the piercing light, and she quickly retracted her ability. However, she was startled, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. In the divination books of the world, the dragon only represented imperial power, but the phoenix not only represented imperial power. It also had a pure and holy intent, an auspicious sign on the same level as the Qilin. In the Confucian scriptures, there is also a sentence, the Phoenix Emperor is a spiritual bird that is benevolent. However, most of the time, people only connected the dragon word with the emperor. That was because during the cloud, desolate era, 3 generations and below, many divination masters looked at the dragon energy, but no phoenix appeared. Today, this Zhong Shou was following the will of the heavens. Connecting with the heavens? The straw donkey carriage moved forward, maybe because the people on the road were all furious and were on the verge of exploding. The Shui family seemed to know that their actions were the opposite of what was expected. After the donkey carriage entered the city and circled 2 streets, as expected, Shui Maofei gave up on cruising the city. His expression was a little ugly as he signaled for the carriage to head directly to the Zong family ancestral temple. Zong Shou sat on the straw pile, his expression expressionless. He waited helplessly, so he decided to close his eyes and rest. However, at this moment, Xiaori suddenly ran out from his sleeves. Then, he was incomparably excited as he propped his head up and sniffed continuously. It seemed to be really satisfied, closing its eyes in enjoyment. "What is going on with you?" Zong Shou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't a woman, and his body didn't have any fragrance. The body of a cultivator was pure and clean, giving off fragrance, but it wasn't to the point where one would be intoxicated. Was it worth Xiaori being so excited? He was too lazy to care about it, allowing this fellow to sniff around. Zong Shou still sat quietly, closing his eyes to rest. Although millions of gazes looked over, he acted like he didn't see them. A moment later, he opened his eyes, only to see that the Zong family courtyard was in sight. There were no normal civilians here, apart from the Shui family race soldiers. Only the Zong family people and the various races of the fox race. They all stood on the sides of the streets with cold and abnormal expressions. Many of them looked like they had lost their parents. They couldn't suppress their despair. However, at this moment, when the carriage that Zong Shou sat on passed, their bodies shook, confusion appearing in their eyes. Then, all their gazes focused on Zong Shou. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable respect and surprise. Without exception, their auras became even calmer. However, at this moment, they didn't have the anxiousness and despair from before. In the direction of the ancestral temple, a group of people came over. The person at the front was only a few years older than Zong Shou. He looked a little familiar. Zong Shou took a look at this person and was slightly shocked. Zongyang? He remembered a few years ago, during the Gantian mountain changes. This person's father died in his hands. Only this Zong Yang escaped alone. However, that day on Dragon Gathering Mountain, he personally smashed his brain. How did he revive? Was it the Shui family? So, cousin actually still remembers me. A few years ago, when Brother Shou killed me, you didn't expect that you would have such a day. Zong Yang rode his horse to the side of the carriage, looking deeply at Zong Shou, his eyes filled with venom. Then, he laughed. However, from today onwards, my surname isn't Zong anymore. You should call me Xiuyang. His Highness allowed the few of us to become branch bloodlines of the Shui family. Behind Zong Yang stood a few people. Their expressions were either cold or mocking. Zong Shou recognized them all. Without exception, they were all direct bloodline members of the Zong family. Shui family? Xiuyang, what a nice name. Speaking of which, the few of you have already changed the bloodline of the Shui family. Seeing Zong Yang smile, there was a hint of pride in his expression. Zong Shou instantly understood. He knew that his Gantian mountain shouldn't have been taken advantage of by the Shui family so easily. As expected, there was a weakness within his own family. However, probably because of changing bloodlines, these few people didn't have a bloodline upgrade because of him. To the Shui family, he really didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. This Xiuyang originally wanted to mock a few more words, but then he saw Shui Mafei look over coldly. Only then did he remember that the Shui family wanted to try to force Zong Shou to surrender before they had no choice. He smiled and retracted his hatred. Actually, cousin doesn't need to worry. His Highness is magnanimous and can accept everything. As long as you're willing to surrender and become his slave, not only can you keep your life, that Queen Xianyuan will also be fine. Zong Shou couldn't help but laugh, too lazy to speak. Xiuyang didn't say anything more, starting a set of etiquette with the few people behind him. This was the etiquette of welcoming the ruler and worshipping the ancestors, and it actually looked like it. The carriage continued forwards. In just a moment, it was in front of the ancestral hall. The gates were already opened, and from thousands of feet away, one could see the situation within. Zong Shou sat on the carriage, looking out towards the hall. Then, he saw an alluring woman sitting in the main seat in the center. Beside her was a person tied up in chains. It was Zhonggang. When he saw Zong Shou, he was first startled, Then he panicked and then laughed out loud. Zhong Shou smiled, looking carefully at the woman in the hall. As expected from the eight-tail Shui family, her looks were even better than Zhao Yanran. In this world, it was the first time he saw someone who could beat that crazy woman in terms of looks. He finally met the head of the Shui family. It was time for this farce to end. The moment such a thought rose up, he heard Shui Mafei say emotionlessly, "Ruler, please get off the carriage and pay respects to Her Highness." The moment he said that, Zhong Shou gave out a bright smile. To be continued. Chapter 605. You are the head of the Shui family? So you are a beauty. As expected from the Shui family, you have the looks to topple countries. If that's the case, why don't you become my concubine? If so, I can leave a legacy for your Shui family. Not only was his tone frivolous, but the way Zhong Shou looked at the head of the Shui family was filled with disdain from above. The entire ancestral hall was instantly silent. All the members of the Zhong clan were smiling. This was their Gantian mountain head, the ruler of the fox race. He spoke so arrogantly. They didn't find anything wrong with it. This Shui family should be wiped out. Thinking back to their ruler, as expected, he was a normal, lustful person. When he saw beauty, he wanted to receive the consequences. However, this woman did look good. No wonder the ruler would be tempted. Being their monarch's concubine, she was barely passable. However, the Shui family actually had a chance to live. The faces of the Shui family people turned green. As for the highness above, his gaze was even more sinister. Shui Mafei's expression was extremely ugly. His voice became colder as he said once more, "Ruler, please get off the carriage and pay respects to Her Highness." The moment he said that, the tens of thousands of Shui family soldiers gave out the sound of armor clashing. They all used their hands to press on their knives. Tens of thousands of people did the same action. The sound gathered like thunder. The gazes of these tens of thousands of people looked over coldly. "Pay respects?" Zhong Shou still smiled, not bothering at all. "I am saying that I want your Shui family highness to be my concubine. Didn't you all hear that?" The atmosphere within the ancestral hall instantly became more and more serious. Shuiyang laughed coldly, looking at Zhong Shou with pity in his eyes. This former cousin of his was really seeking his own death. At such a time, he still couldn't put down his face as the ruler of a country. However, the more that was the case, the more the Shui family wouldn't let him live. Even if he was left alive, he would most probably be refined into a puppet with no consciousness. The eyes of the Shui family girl in the ancestral hall flashed. She waved her sleeves and stopped the restlessness of her subordinates. In the end, he opened his mouth and sighed. "There is a difference in bloodline, and there is an order of seniority. Has your Zhong consortium already forgotten the rules set by your ancestors during the ancient cloud wilderness? How dare a servant of Shun Wei speak to her master like this? Looks like I really need to spend some effort to teach you a thing or two and make you remember the rules." A green light suddenly flashed above her head and shone towards Zhong Shou from 100 feet away. As the green light descended, Zhong Shou felt as if his entire body was in an ice cave. The bone-chilling cold almost froze him. Even though he knew that this was an illusion, he couldn't help but sigh. The Shui clan had really put in a lot of effort for him. If he hadn't obtained the water-chilling bloodline in the Een Dragon Canyon, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Just this illusory heart mirror alone could trigger a conflict in his bloodline, completely restraining him. Another will press down with the help of the illusionary heart mirror. It could barely be considered strong. After totally blocking his King Path martial arts, it was also suppressing the energy in his body. This aura was also that of 9 tails. It was a pity that it was incomplete. The Shui family girl casually tossed out a horsewhip, which flew into Shuiyang's hands. "This person is disrespectful. Whip him 100 times to let him remember." Shuiyang's eyes were instantly filled with joy. He raised his head in shock, his expression filled with gratitude. He knew that this was the head of the Shui family. She wanted to give him a chance to personally take revenge. Thinking back to the past, the scenes at Gantia Mountain and Dragon Gathering Mountain a few years ago. Xueyang's face twisted slightly. Zhongsho rubbed his temples with a headache. It seemed like he was rejected. Although he expected it, he still felt slightly disappointed. It turned out that she was quite confident in her charm. However, it wasn't useless for him to say such nonsense to anger this woman. He finally found the illusionary heart mirror, where was the real body. The soul power gathered in his eyes started to recede. The spiritual light in his field of vision also slowly disappeared. Then, he saw Xueyang holding the horsewhip and laughing coldly at him. Zhongsho was stunned, thinking to himself that this fellow didn't really want to whip him. Shaking his head, Zhongsho was too lazy to say anything more. It was time for today's matter to end. Standing up from the carriage, Zhongsho stepped forwards, stepping in the air and walking out of the straw mule carriage. When Xueyang saw this, he laughed coldly. Only now was he willing to lower his head. It was probably too late. Her Highness's words were like a mountain. She had her own opinions and wouldn't be easily punished. However, in the next instance, her pupils constricted as she looked to the side, only to see a change occur around Zhongsho. A fist shadow suddenly broke through the air. A person forcefully ripped open space and smashed down on Zhongsho. This time, it was so sudden that no one was able to react in time. The fist wind was vast, and before it even reached Zhongsho's body, it had already caused the green stone ground below to shatter into pieces. The Shui family girl in the ancestral hall seemed to have expected this, her lips curling up coldly. Another beam of green light shot out from his head and shone towards that person. On the sides, hundreds of giant crossbows were fired at the same time. Numerous sharp arrows also pierced through the air and arrived. A bright light flashed, and golden talismans lit up all over the body of this black person. His entire body only paused for a moment before continuing to charge forward. Those arrows that carried millions of kilograms of strength were forcefully deflected by an invisible power when they were 100 feet close to this person. Only then did the girl startle, slightly distracted. There were many people who could block her illusionary heart mirror and sky fox illusionary techniques, but that definitely didn't include this person. What kind of treasure did this fellow have on his body? However, didn't such things already disappear during the ancient cloud desolate era? Only when such a thought flashed across her mind did she feel anxious. Her face was ashen white as she controlled the green light to flash once more, trying to retract the suppression on Zhongsho. Although she knew that at this point, her actions were mostly useless. However, if this person really died at this moment, the situation today would be tough to end well. Even if the Shui family won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, Shui Mafei's heart nearly stopped. He wanted to help, but it was too late. That pressure that was close to the spirit realm made him feel even more fearful. At this moment, several miles away, the two people who were looking at the situation were smiling. Yang Jian's expression didn't change. Only his eyes were filled with joy. Kong Yao was filled with praise, as expected of an expert who was experienced in the path of assassination. The timing he chose could not be more exquisite. Coincidentally, when Zhongsho stepped out of the carriage and was about to lower his head and admit defeat, the entire Shui family relaxed. It was also when the Monster King was being suppressed by the illusionary heart mirror and the nine-tailed bloodline to the point where he was at his weakest. No matter what, Zhongsho wouldn't be able to dodge that fist. The black shirt man who was not far away from Zhongsho also smiled. When he punched out, he knew that his strike had succeeded. At this moment, he was already thinking about his way out. Actually, before this, he had already planned a few ways to retreat. However, it seemed like the strength of the Shui family had exceeded his expectations. This was why he had to be more careful. The moment such a thought appeared, the black shirt man saw that the teen who was about to die under his fist was still smiling casually. It was like he wasn't surprised by his arrival and didn't care at all. His gaze was like that of a powerful adult looking at a 3-year-old child waving a wooden sword and crying as he pounced at him. It was amused, mocking, helpless, and also filled with disdain. First, he felt rage in his chest. Then, the black shirt man felt that the scenes in front of him were a little familiar. Then, when Zhong Shou put his fingers together and pointed out in a sword-like manner, only then did the black shirt man's brow jump, and many scenes flashed in front of his eyes. That's right. That day in the underground lake, he was defeated by one finger of Zhong Shou. He lost really badly. His second soul nearly died on the spot. At that time, Zhong Shou was being attacked by Shui Lingbo, Juyu, and Osamu Hara working together. It was also when he thought that Zhong Shou was having a tough time and had no more strength to deal with his assassination. That's right. Spirit and martial arts merging into one. He vaguely remembered that the few people in the chaotic battle were all spirit and martial arts combined, experts who dominated an area in the cloud world. At this moment, the black shirt man's heart was filled with fear. It was a hatred that he had never felt before, the suppression of the cloud world. If he was able to recover his cultivation to its original level, if he was able to use all the abilities of his body, maybe fist and finger clashed, the moment they touched, there was a loud explosion. The greenstone floor beneath Zhong Shou's body turned into dust. The remaining power didn't spread to the side, but continued to spread underground, penetrating deep into the ground. It reached 10,000 feet. All the soil layers were smashed into the finest dust. The black-clothed man's arm was also completely shattered. A bloody mist filled the sky and exploded. He crazily retreated, tearing open space and fleeing far away. While running, he shouted, "Young master, please leave quickly. We can't stay here. The earlier the better. This Zhong Shou monster king is invincible in the world. The Shui family can't win." Before his words landed, Zhong Shou had already laughed and waved his sleeves. The green dragon hairpin sword had already slid out. It silently sped through space and was dozens of miles away. The fist and sword clashed. With a flash, it pierced through the body of that person amidst another wave of blood mist. Yang Ming, who was several miles away, was completely stunned on the spot. This unforeseen event was over in just a few blinks of an eye. At this moment, Shui Mafei's eyes were filled with shock. Should he be happy? After all, Zhong Shou was perfectly fine and perfectly fine. However, why was this kid able to let go under the illusionary heart mirror and nine-tail bloodline suppression? What was going on? Some quick-witted clansmen of the Shui clan frowned as well, and they already had a bad feeling. The Shui family girl within the ancestral hall clenched her fists tightly. Zhong Shou is invincible in the world. The Shui family can't win. What did that mean? Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhong Shou stepped forwards once more. Chapter 606. He took a light step and stepped in the air. However, the entire 10,000 feet of space, including the ancestral hall, trembled slightly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to call yourself the head of the Zhong family and ask Zhong Shou to bow to you? As he said that, Zhong Shou took a second step. Casually waving his sleeves, the few Zhong family direct bloodline members in front of him, the branch family members of the Shui family, were all thrown into the air, their flesh and blood scattered all about. Zhong Shou, don't bow to the heavens or the earth. In my life, I only bow to my parents and teachers. Do you think you are worthy of my bow? In the past, your Shui family wasn't willing to go all out. You abandoned my fox race and fled the cloud world. Then why do you want to return now? Do you think you are worthy of being the king of my fox race? My Zhong family has struggled for thousands of years to have the foundations of Gantian Mountain and establish a country of our own. You want to snatch it away just like that? Do you think my Zhong family is easy to bully? Or that we were your subordinates? You actually dare to use the entire city as hostages to threaten me. How hateful and annoying. Colluding with Tailing's sect? However, today even the top sect in the world can't protect all of you. With each word he said, Zhong Shou took a step forward. After taking 10 steps, the entire space within 1,000 feet started to tremble. There were a few people from the Shui family who wanted to retort, but under the reverberation of the voice, They were forcefully suppressed and unable to make sound. The faces of all the Zong family members flushed red. They were really excited. Who knows who took the lead, but they all knelt down, giving out a tsunami-like roar. Greetings, ruler. Welcome, ruler, back to the city. In our eyes, ruler is the ruler of our fox race. Was the Shui family? A bunch of cowards. You dare to return today. You want to steal ruler's power? Shouts rose up all around. Not only the Zong family members, but all the fox races in Gantian Mountain all knelt on the ground. Most of these people did not know what was going on, nor did they know that the Zong Consortium's bloodline had already been upgraded. However, his expression was the same as before, silently following along and crawling on the ground. The commotion quickly spread. The residents in the city did not know what was going on, but after hearing the cheers, they all bowed down on both sides of the street. 1,000 years, monarch! May the heavens bless my lord. These voices spread out along the streets. More and more people began to kneel, and the clamor shook the heavens. At the peak of Gantian Mountain, Xin Yuan Iren's eyes lit up like stars. Hong Yao was even more silent. She only thought in her heart, as expected. That king energy was blazing precisely at its peak. It was truly unreasonable for the Shui clan to remain undefeated. However, could this Zong show really be a Saint King? The roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes were unheard of in the history of 3 generations. The cheers could be heard from far away at the city gate. Zong Yuan and Yin Yang looked at each other and smiled. They all waved the blood-colored halberds in their hands. At this time, it was time for the Blood Cloud cavalry to see blood. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and the sound of explosions could be heard from all 4 walls. The layers of spiritual formation restrictions that wrapped up the area instantly shattered. Then, thousands of blood-colored short halberds charged up the city walls. They pretty much wiped out the close to 10,000 Shui family race soldiers on the Barbican. There was also a thick blood cloud that spread out in all directions. When the 4,000 blood-colored cavalry started to charge forward, the blood-colored cavalry started to charge. In the eyes of Zong Yuan and Yin Yang, pretty much all the soldiers in the square formation behind the city gates were devoid of blood, their faces ashen white. At this moment, the Shui family people near the ancestral hall were all stunned as they looked at the scenes in front of them. Shui Mafei's face was so dark that water was about to drip out. His chest was filled with questions and also fear. How could these Zong family people still move? Shouldn't they be suppressed by the bloodline power? He gave a look to both sides, and the generals of the Shui clan immediately understood. Then there was the sound of knives being pulled out. In such a situation, if they didn't kill some people and see some blood, they wouldn't be able to show their might. The Zong family members all had a slight grin on their faces. Although they didn't bring weapons, as long as their strength wasn't locked down, they wouldn't be slaughtered by others. Moreover, there was still their fox race leader, the ruler with the 9-tailed sky, Fox Blood. Zongsho stepped out once more. This time, the 10,000 feet of space didn't shake. Instead, a majestic and boundless sword pressure spread out in all directions and enveloped the entire city. Kneel down for me. His voice was really calm, pretty much without any fluctuations. However, one could hear that the entire Gantian Mountain city was fine. Only the 200,000 race soldiers of the Shui family felt a mountain-like pressure land on their backs and shoulders. The tens of thousands of people here, who weren't all grade 7, all knelt down on the ground. Shui Mafei was caught off guard, and his knees nearly went soft. He was shocked. This Zongshou's martial path intent was actually so strong. No, apart from this martial path intent, there was something else, quietly sensing Shui Mafei's pupils constricted. Bloodline. It was bloodline, not bad. An external power was seeping in bit by bit. It caused his limbs and body to slowly go soft. No matter how he used true qi and spells to chase it away, it was useless. The energy in his body was also becoming more and more chaotic. It seemed to come from the depths of his body, unable to block it, and could only submit, to bow down and worship. Shuiyang didn't have the same ability, as Mafe. Pretty much right away, he knelt down heavily on the ground with a PU. At this moment, his eyes were looking around in a daze. He remembered that before this, he was feeling really fortunate about the deaths of his few race people. Why did it suddenly become such a situation? Also, why was his body so weird? Why did he suddenly feel that the Zong Show in front of him, whom he hated to the bone, was so dazzling and majestic like a god? To be enemies with him was a huge disrespect. The hatred in the past seemed to have faded. This Zong Show, no. He was the Monster King. No matter how he treated him, it was expected. Even if he killed him, it was expected. The moment such a thought rose up, he heard a loud explosion. Mafei's body sunk down, his face devoid of color as he knelt on the ground, causing numerous pieces of stone to fly about. Yong felt his brain explode, and he finally came back to his senses. Then, his face was filled with disbelief. Bloodline suppression? How was it possible that it was bloodline suppression? After he changed his blood, although his bloodline wasn't pure, he was still part of the Eight-Tail Emperor race. In this world, apart from Her Highness, who else could suppress him in terms of bloodline? Moreover, to suppress tens of thousands of Fox race people to make them all bow down. Chapter 607. At this moment, the entire ancestral hall was totally silent. Nearby, apart from Zong Shou, no one else could stand up straight. Even the few Shui family people who were originally sitting high up in the ancestral hall and looking coldly outside were all sitting on their chairs. Their wooden chairs were all smashed into pieces as they sat on the ground. Their limbs were powerless and they were unable to get up. Their expressions were filled with panic and helplessness. Although the Shui family girl was still sitting, her face was covered in cold sweat. She was unable to sense the bloodline suppression that her family members were facing. However, at this moment, even a fool would know that something wasn't right. How did this happen? How did today's matter become like this? Why were these Zong family people not under her control? Why were her family members kneeling on the ground? This sword pressure was so tyrannical that even she was shocked by it. How is this Zong Shou's sword technique so strong? Suddenly coming to her senses, she suddenly recalled. Just now, she seemed to have retracted the illusionary heart mirror and suppressed Zong Shou. That's right, that must be the reason. How did she lose her sense of propriety? Preposterous. The green light flashed once more, gathering into a line as it shone towards Zong Shou. However, when several streaks of green light gathered on Zong Shou's body from all directions, the shock on the Shui family girl's face couldn't be suppressed anymore. At this moment, the illusionary heart mirror was totally useless. She saw that Zong Shou's body was filled with king energy. He gathered the strength of a country and wasn't affected by the illusionary heart mirror at all. Each step he took, the aura around him would become much stronger. A layer of golden light, so thick that it looked like it was real, wrapping around Zong Shou's body. It also brought about a storm, majestic and vast, majestic and majestic. Emperor Wind, the Shui family girl muttered in a daze. How could such an emperor martial path appear on Zong Shou's body? Then, she came to her senses. A layer of goosebumps rose up all over her body. Spirit Realm. At this moment, Zong Shou was using his intent to gather strength. This aura had clearly broken through the limits of the Heaven Realm and reached the Spirit Realm. He vaguely knew. There seemed to be a spiritual item that was not inferior to the illusory heart mirror, or even better, helping Zong Shou condense the King Dao Qi. That boundless aura was actually vaguely capable of swallowing mountains and rivers and dominating the heavens and earth. Could it be? It was that thing. How did it end up in Zong Shou's hands? She sucked in a breath of cold air and then gritted her teeth. Determination appeared in her eyes. She let out a cold laugh, and in the next moment, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the aura around his body started to clash with the heaven and earth. A sliver of silver light appeared in the eyes of the girl from the Shui family. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he looked at Zong Shou again. The same intimidating might spread out in all directions. A lowly subordinate like you dares to rebel? As soon as she finished speaking, another ball of spiritual light exploded behind her head. A giant illusionary image slowly took shape. It was like a fox. Its body was silver white. 100 feet-long body that seemed thin and sharp, but also had an unparalleled sense of beauty. Its eyes were like a pair of rubies. At this moment, its head was lowered as it looked down emotionlessly. At the center of its brows, there was a round mirror that shone brightly, such that one couldn't look straight at it. Behind it, there were 7 foxtails dancing in the air. Apart from that, there were also 2 foxtails, one long and one short. However, they were a little dimmer and could only be seen. However, the moment the sky fox image appeared, the entire Gantian mountain city, not only the various fox races, the other demon clans and the tiger and bear clans all felt the same thing. At this moment, near the ancestral hall, the suppression was more and more obvious. The trembling feeling that came from the bloodline of their ancestors caused the faces of all the fox race members present to turn ashen white, their hearts extremely cold. It's a 9-tailed sky fox. This girl is actually a 9-tail. Logically speaking, they should be terrified. However, why? The body was only slightly shocked at the start. Didn't he feel anything else? His heart was unusually calm and didn't feel any fear. That feeling was just so as those Shuef family members were all pumped up, raising their chins proudly. Shuiyang's lips curled up. Her Highness nobility wasn't something these Donglin fox race members could imagine. Her Highness's 9-tailed Dharma appeared. Let's see what kind of waves this Zong show could cause. However, he felt slightly weird. Why didn't the suppression from Zong Shou's bloodline decrease at all? Why did his limbs still go soft? His entire body felt weak? He only felt that Zong Shou's back view was still as majestic as a mountain, bright and eye-catching. He stood in the air like a god. When he looked around, he saw that all of his former clansmen had extremely cold expressions on their faces. It was like they weren't affected by the 9-tailed Dharma at all. Their heads were held high like apart from Zong Shou. No other power was enough to make them yield. Shuiyang was shocked and looked behind him. He saw that not only was Shuem Mafei's eyes not surprised, but it was deathly silent. There was no life at all, only deep despair. As Shuiyang looked on, he felt his heart gradually sink to the bottom of the valley. Similarly, the Shuef family girl in the ancestral hall also felt her heart turn cold. Since the 9-tail image appeared, the bloodline suppression spread out uncontrollably. However, there was little reaction. She started to feel that the situation was totally out of her control. At this moment, Zong Gang laughed out loud. How amusing! How amusing! How amusing! Do they really think that our Zong family is still the Zong family from 10,000 years ago? Ruler, you are good at everything, but your personality is a little wishy-washy. These people have nefarious intentions and actually dare to target our Zong family. They all deserve to die. Wipe them out quickly, and we can still make it in time for the banquet. Zong Shou smiled and didn't bother about him. He still looked at the giant 9-tail image in the air. Where is the 9-tail? He was unable to manifest the Dharma and soul image. He did have the black and white whole Dharma. Its strength should be above it. However, even if he spent effort to make it, no one would be able to see it. Most people couldn't see it either. It was either black or white, a deep and endless black, or a white that burned people's eyes. However, he squinted and looked closely at the green mirror at the center of the fox shadow's forehead. This woman was really careful. Even at this moment, she wasn't willing to reveal where the illusionary heart mirror was. However, at this moment, it was okay. I heard that the illusionary heart mirror is the king of our ancient fox race. It was made from the essence blood of 33,333 clansmen who had died in battle and on the battlefield. This is why the treasure has a spirit and will choose our 9-tailed king to follow. Only who knows if those words are true or false. Suddenly, he made a cut on his wrist, and a ball of blood suddenly sprayed out in all directions. It covered the right side of the sky. Then, A green mirror suddenly appeared in that direction. Chapter 608. In the space layer within the void. Tailing Sex Chiu Yun was hesitating as he looked into the void. What he didn't expect was that the Zhong family situation was already so bad, but that person still hadn't arrived. Weird, I thought that Ao Kuan wouldn't sit still and do nothing. This person and Long Ying are close, and he definitely wouldn't sit still and watch his disciple die. As he said that, Chiu Yun turned around and laughed bitterly. For this 8-tail Shui family matter, I made Senior Master return. I really feel bad. He was looking at a Taoist who was sitting upright. He was wearing a purple gold robe and had a sword on his back. His aura was ethereal. His entire person was like a dream. No worries. Originally, I wanted to come back to take a look before the spiritual wave. As he said that, his face was filled with disbelief. I didn't expect that this Ao Kuan could actually use destruction techniques to enter the saint realm. Chiu Yun frowned. He was also curious about this matter. However, that Taoist didn't seem like he wanted to get to the bottom of it. If my sect can obtain this Donglin cloud continent, rushing back this time will be worth it. The purple Taoist tone changed as he smiled as he looked into the void. Although that person hasn't arrived, his spiritual sense is always here. If he wants to come, he will arrive in the blink of an eye. This evil dragon's cultivation is really not bad. Chiu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He actually couldn't sense the spiritual sense spreading over. That Ao Kuan's strength had reached such a level. It seemed like his saint realm cultivation had stabilized. The Liao King and the Yang family wanted to wipe out that Zhong show. The Shui family wanted to turn this Zhong show into a puppet. Speaking of which, there would definitely be a huge battle later on. Thinking about it, Chiu Yun didn't know whether he had profited or suffered a loss in this matter. That Long Ying could be neglected, but this Ao Kuan, hearing what Senior Master said, was like a rising sun. With the lifespan of the dragon race, they still had at least 10,000 years left. Tailing Sect obtained Donglin Cloud Continent, but offended a saint realm to death. However, they weren't afraid. Compared to Donglin, I'm even more curious about the Battle of Black Spirit Mountain. How did my Tailing Sect lose, and lose so miserably? When one's cultivation reached his level, his eyes were no longer limited to the cloud world. However, this Tailing Sect was after all his roots. Even when the spiritual wave was low, the cloud world still produced many experts. Although Tailing Sect had operations in other worlds, the shrines in the cloud world were the foundations of the sect. Although he was a saint, there were many things that were inconvenient for him to do. The matters of the cloud world still depended on the junior disciples of the cloud world. This matter is due to my incompetence. Chiu Yun smiled bitterly. Thousands of purple cloud sword cavalry died in battle, nearly causing Tailing Sect to suffer heavy losses. As a result, in these few years, the sect was in dire straits, unable to do as they wished. There were a few new spirit stone mines that appeared in the central cloud continent, and they were powerless to fight for them. In addition, the Taishang Emperor was also consciously suppressing it for some reason. Their power was getting weaker and weaker. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have set their sights on Donglin Cloud Continent, such a desolate land. This was why when he thought back to what happened 2 years ago, his heart was filled with hatred. That battle was originally a sure win. Who knew that this Tsang Shengdao would produce a Tanxiu? His methods could be said to be able to cause clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. With the relationship between the Liao King and our Tailing Sect, he was able to persuade the Han King. Then, he easily broke the plans of our Tailing Sect. How amazing. What was even more rare was that this kid was actually an unparalleled general seed. His sword skills were on the same level as Juyu's. They all said that Song Xingdao was getting worse and worse, not as good as before. However, in these few years, there were many talents appearing. Tanxiu, Song Xingdao. That purple-robed Taoist laughed coldly. He temporarily stopped this topic, waving his sleeves and breaking open the layers of space. looking towards the east of the cloud world. After waiting for so long, this battle of Gantian Mountain should have an outcome. After this battle ended, he could focus on dealing with this Song Shengdao and Tanxio matter. The death of the Purple Cloud Cavalry. How could he let go of such a huge debt? He also needed to think of a way to pick up the face that he lost. However, in the next instance, the purple-robed Taoist was startled. Then, he looked toward Qiuyun with a weird expression. Qiuyun, are you sure that the Gantian Mountain Zong family only inherited the seven-tail bloodline? Qiuyun was startled, not knowing what he meant. This Zong family was the seven-tail king race of the fox race. That was something that everyone knew. In the next moment, he saw his senior master suddenly stand up. We can forget about today's matter. The Shui family is definitely going to lose. Oh, Qiuyun's brows rose up, his eyes filled with confusion. He looked through the void towards the cloud world. Then, his expression was exceptionally interesting. Nine Tails Star Tattoo. A nine-tail was the emperor of the fox race. The star tattoo was something that only the noblest bloodline of the fox race could have during the Cloud Desolate era. This Zhongsho, the monster king in the past, actually had such a strong bloodline. His expression was startled. Qiuyun was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. This Shui family was really going to lose for sure. With the eight-tail bloodline, they actually dared to offend the current master of destiny of the fox race. How is that different from asking to die? Then what should we do about Shui Menglong? I have an agreement with him. With such a change, it will be tough to explain. At the start, because this person personally agreed to help Tailing's sect, Qian decided to join in. This Shui Menglong was also a God Realm expert. Along with his natural ability, he was pretty much comparable to a Saint Realm expert. If they could obtain the help of this person, it would be beneficial for Tailing's sect. However, the moment he said those words, Qiuyun shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that he was really dumb. Today's matter was planned by the Shui family and didn't have much to do with Tailing's sect. Even if he had grievances in his heart, would Shui Menglong dare to find his way here? That Zhongsho had the nine-tail bloodline and had the illusionary heart mirror in his hands. This Shui Menglong had to leave the cloud world and try his best to hide from this monster king in case he was controlled by his bloodline. This person attailing sect had no value at all. The moment such a thought rose up, Qiuyun's chest was filled with thick regret. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have come this time. Dealing with one Song Shengdao as well as the spying of the other sects, Tailing's sect was already finding it tough. Now, because of a Shui family which they couldn't support, they had one more huge enemy. Gantian Mountain had 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry, millions of troops, and also 2 Saint Realm experts. Such strength was no weaker than the 6 Saint Realm sects from before. If they wanted to go against Tailing's sect, it wouldn't be a normal problem. It seems like the Shui family has lost. The moment these words were said, Zhongsho scattered a ball of fresh blood into the air. Go Hanyun's eyes were filled with shock as she looked down at the person dressed in blood armor. Even if he was sitting on a straw carriage, his aura didn't decrease at all. Just as she had expected, that fellow had won again, and he had won without any suspense. How could such a figure be defeated by the Shui clan's underhanded scheme? As expected, what the Shui family did was to move a rock, and in the end, they smashed their own feet, walking right into a trap. Great Senior Master is wise. That day, when Tailing's sect sent an envoy over, although it was within the sect, everyone was in a frenzy and discussing. However, they still suppressed it and went against the opinions of the masses. However, there were still many unhappy people in the sect. If today's matter was spread back to the sect, it would cause these people to be ashamed and become enemies. As she said that, Gahan Yun felt fortunate and fearful. If they really joined in, the outcome would be catastrophic. At this moment, Gantian Mountain and Lingyun's sect were in a different position. Originally, they were already heavily injured. If Gantian Mountain wanted to pursue this matter, then they would be in danger of being wiped out. They all say that although Great Senior Master is talented, he is lazy. He isn't a good choice to lead the sect. However, In my eyes, Great Senior Master is better than Senior Master Long. He is more suitable to lead the sect. That might not be the case. The elders have already decided not to join in the scheme of the Shui family. At this moment, our Lingyun sect has suffered heavy losses, and it is already tough for us to protect our current foundations. Even if the Shui family and Tailing sect can win, how much benefits can they get? Yin Feibai shook his head and didn't think much of it. However, he didn't want to say anything more. After he finished, he looked at the blood-armored person below. Not seeing him for a few months, that person's strength seemed to have gotten a little stronger. Was he invincible in the cloud world? Speaking of which, the person who said those words just now, since the assassination failed and was instead heavily injured, he had already expected that the Shui family couldn't win. What exactly did this person go through when he clashed with Zhongshou for him to say such words? Damn it, this Zhongshou actually has 9 tails and star tattoos. In a building less than 3 miles away from the ancestral hall of the Zhong family, Yang Zhong had lost all his senses. Yang Ming had already completely lost his composure. His calm demeanor was completely gone. How could that Zhong show be 9 tails? If that was the case, then it was okay. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be too bad. However, why did this kid have star tattoos? Speaking of which, their plan had already failed from the start. What was laughable was that before this, they thought that they had 100% confidence. His mind was filled with the words of that Mr. Wu. Leave quickly. We can't stay here any longer. The earlier the better. This Zhongshou Monster King is already invincible in the world. The Shui family can't win. The Shui family had indeed lost, even losing their underwear and being unable to turn the situation around. However, what did invincible in the world mean? Looking at that black shirt male, he was still pinned to the ground by that green hairpin sword. At this moment, there was no aura left. He should be totally dead. However, just now, his soul had already ripped open space to escape. He didn't hesitate to escape. Yang Ming's expression changed when he suddenly thought of a possibility. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That was to leave, the earlier the better. Beside him, Kong Su had a similar expression. In his mind, the image of when Kong Yao spoke to him flashed. Chapter 609. When that ball of blood turned into specks of light and scattered down, it enveloped the entire area. A green mirror suddenly appeared in that direction. First, a ball of green light appeared from within the mirror, then slightly shook and hummed. Countless dazzling green beams of light shot out from within in all directions. The green shadow was like a curtain as it fell down. It covered Zhongshou and spread out 100,000 feet. When the light swept across, as long as one had the fox race bloodline, they would feel their heart and soul become slightly light. What changed was the 9-tailed fox behind the head of the Shui family girl. The green mirror at the center of her brows started to blur. The originally suppressive aura also started to disappear. This is the 9-tailed blood. The expression of the Shui family girl was at a loss. His already uneasy heart sank to the bottom of the valley. How did this happen? How is that possible? Shouldn't the Gantian Mountain Zone family be the servants of the Shui family? They said that they were a king race, but that was just a title they gave themselves after the Shui family left. At most, their status was slightly higher than the other fox clans. The difference in bloodline level was pretty much insurmountable. This was why she felt that this time, when she returned to the cloud world, it would be really easy. However, when did the bloodline of this race reach a level where a 9-tailed fox king could appear? Speaking of which, looking around, she saw that all the surnamed Zone people present were filled with passion. Their faces flushed red, and they were really pumped up. When the green light shone on them, the bloodline in their bodies started to shake and resonate. Their monster bodies started to appear. 8 tails. This Gantian Mountain Zone family could actually be on the same level as their Shui family. Was their Shui family definitely going to lose this time? In an instant, numerous thoughts rose up in her heart. Numerous questions were solved one by one. The Zone family people weren't controlled by her from start to finish. They temporarily submitted to her to delay time for Zhong Shou and the Blood Cloud Cavalry to return. Zhong Gang agreed to let the Shui family race troops enter, but he didn't have any intentions to surrender. He wanted to wipe out all the strength of the Shui family in the cloud world. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. After that, the woman from the Shui clan suddenly summoned 4 talismans and burned them at the front, back, left, and right. Dozens of wounds appeared on his left and right arms. Then drops of blood flowed out from his body, floated up, and merged into the 9-tailed fox above. The power of this Dharma idol immediately increased. The round mirror between his eyebrows also reformed. But at this moment, Shui Mafei, who was kneeling beside the straw donkey carriage, cried out unwillingly, "Your Highness." That Shui family girl gave out a sad laugh. She had exchanged her life for the 9-tails body. Every second, he maintained it would consume 10 years of his lifespan. His vitality was greatly damaged, and it would be difficult for him to break through in the future. But at this moment, what other choice did she have? If they could keep this illusionary heart mirror, their Shui clan might have a chance to turn things around in the future. But if they were to lose it, their future generations would have to be the slaves of the Zhong family for all eternity. In any case, he was just going to die anyway. Zhong Shou didn't bother much, still looking at the green spiritual mirror above. This is the illusionary heart mirror? As expected from the rumors, it only recognizes the Fox Race King. This mirror was watered by the hard work of 33,333 Fox Race experts. Maybe it was just a legend. However, it was definitely crafted from something that the Fox Race people used their hard work to create. His blood spilled out, and he sensed something in his heart. First, a green light shone down from afar. Zhong Shou first used his soul power to resist. A moment later, he noticed that this light wasn't a problem and had other uses. Is this thing to verify my identity? Startled, Zhong Shou's face, which was as thick as a city wall, had a rare look of embarrassment and helplessness. He really didn't want other people to see his monster body. Hesitating for a moment, Zhong Shou retracted his soul power. He allowed the spiritual light to sweep around his body. Moments later, the Fox Race bloodline in his body couldn't be suppressed anymore. First, a pair of fox ears appeared behind Zhong Shou's ears. Then his long hair broke free from the restrictions of the crown and instantly turned silver-white. Then 9 foxtails appeared one by one behind Zhong Shou, dancing in the air. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. When the 6 foxtails appeared one by one. Then, what appeared was the faint image of a foxtail. 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. Different from the Shui family girl. These 9 foxtails were of the same length. There were no flaws at all. The area within a radius of 10,000 feet was completely silent at this moment. Pretty much everyone in Gantian Mountain who had the Fox Race bloodline knelt on the ground once more. Their hearts were calm. There was no fear and no worry. They quietly felt the pressure of a true king. Even the Shui family race soldiers and those Fox Race followers were startled. On the peak of Gantian Mountain, Kong Yao exclaimed. Her expression was filled with surprise. Of course, he could sense Zhong Shou's majestic aura. However, at this moment, what she cared more about was Zhong Shou's current image. Her first thought was, so this guy is actually so handsome. His features were exquisite, but he didn't have a feminine aura. He was filled with heroic spirit. At this moment, the 9 tails appeared. There was a close to demon-like charm that tugged at her heartstrings. They said that Fox Race girls were the most seductive to the bone. If they purposely seduced, no guy wouldn't be tempted. The Fox Race men were the other extreme. They had a fatal attraction to all the girls in the world. At this moment, Zhong Shou had obviously reached an extreme. However, in the next moment, she felt that he was really cute. Especially those quivering fox ears. It simply made people unable to resist hugging it in their arms and doting on it. If he was a few years older and looked more mature, maybe he would have the aura of a mature man. Unfortunately, Zhong Shou broke through to grade 7 and entered the heaven realm too early. His face was already like a pillar. At this moment, he still looked like he was 15 or 16 years old. The only thing that spoiled the scenery was that Zhongsho's brows looked down on the world, looking down on everyone, as well as that vast killing intent that was close to turning into a physical form. Kong Yao couldn't help but be startled. In the past, she only felt that this fellow was annoying and annoying. Naturally, she didn't pay attention to all this. At this moment, she suddenly realized the person she married was actually such a beautiful person. Her face couldn't help but instantly turn red, a little hot. Kong Yao was also startled and quickly turned her head away, not daring to look again. It must be a bloodline ability. There was no mistake about it. This Zhongsho actually dared to use such a method to bewitch her. How despicable. At the same time, in the clouds above, Gu Hanyun suddenly had 2 streams of blood flowing out from her nose. Then, she looked up at the sky in embarrassment. Beside her, Yin Feibai was speechless. It was just transforming into a monster body. Did she need to be so smitten? To think that Gu Hanyun had so many people chasing after her in the sect. No matter how much she liked this fellow, she didn't need to have a nosebleed. What a disgrace. To be continued. Chapter 610. In front of the ancestral hall, a green shadow flowed, and the spiritual light shone brightly. However, Xueyang didn't admire it at all. Zhongsho's 9 silver fox tails danced in the air, making his body look more and more extraordinary. However, in his eyes, there was no beauty at all. The scenes in front of him only made him feel even more terrified. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his fingernails stabbing deep into his flesh. As expected, this Zhongsho was really the descendant of the 9-tailed emperor, the person closest to the ancient fox race ancestor. His heart was filled with terror and also a strong sense of unwillingness and unfairness. Why did it have to be him? He came from his own family direct bloodline and only had the normal 7-tailed bloodline. This Zhongsho came from a side branch, and his mother was a human. He was just a bastard. How was he able to form the 9-tailed monster body and become the master of destiny of the fox race? No. All of a sudden, a certain light pierced his eyes. Xueyang's pupils constricted. He could see Zhongsho's skin and foxtail fur. There seemed to be starry patterns on it as well. Was it mixed color? Xueyang was delighted. If that was the case, then he and the Shui family might have a chance to escape. Then he looked closely. A moment later, he felt a thin needle stabbing into the depths of his heart. How was that mixed color? Specks of silver light shone brightly, as if they were stars in the sky. Could this be the legendary star mark of their fox clan? In the next instant, the illusionary heart mirror emitted a humming sound. The smooth surface of the mirror suddenly rippled like a ripple. Another streak of green light shot out. This time, it shone down on 10,000 miles of the sky. It even forcefully suppressed the light of the sun, dyeing the entire sky green. It actually shook intensely like it was struggling to break free from something. Behind the head of the Shui family girl, the green mirror at the center of the brows of the 9-tailed Dharma changed once more. There was no way to change it. It directly broke into pieces. Only a blood-colored hole was left. There was also a wound on the forehead of the woman from the Shui clan, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. It was as if he was using all of his strength to forcefully control the fox race supreme treasure. Let my Shui family leave Gantian Mountain. Although you possess the blood of a 9-tailed celestial fox, I can also destroy you. At this moment, she knew that she didn't have the slightest chance of winning. For their Shui family to be able to keep this illusionary heart mirror and retreat from Gantian Mountain was already not bad. This was the only thought left in his mind. Zhongsho smiled and was too lazy to bother. He continued to look at the illusionary heart mirror, and then he stepped up and walked 400 feet into the air. He reached out and grabbed towards the green mirror, waving it in the air. As soon as he came into contact with the green mirror, his energy exploded, and countless amounts of supreme force dissipated. After that, Hundreds and thousands of spirit runes and restrictions appeared one by one. Like ripples, they faintly resisted, and then were continuously broken down. There were many that Zhongsho didn't recognize. However, with the illusionary heart mirror as a spy, it was really easy for him to break them down. In just a moment, when Zhongsho's hand was less than an inch away from the illusionary heart mirror, the face of the Shui family woman was ashen white. Despair flashed in her eyes, and then it was filled with violent intent. Good. Since you don't want to let me go and force me to go all out, then I will grant you your wish. With such a thought rising, the Shui family woman bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood towards the illusionary heart mirror. Then the entire heaven and earth changed. Thousands of miles of ice crystals appeared. The entire Gantian mountain had disappeared and turned into a cold land. The image of the green mirror was nowhere to be seen. Then she also rose into the air and flew into the air. My Shui family people listen to your orders. Today, we are in a dangerous place and will massacre the city to take revenge. Don't worry, be it old or young, leave no one alive. We won't rest until we die in battle. That voice spread out in all directions until it was 100 miles away. Zhongsho's eyes squinted. A dangerous glow flashed in his eyes. Massacre the city? He couldn't help but laugh. Thinking to himself that it was this move, he knew that it would be like this. It really made one's killing intent hard to suppress, unable to dissipate, purposely not thinking about it. Zhongsho closed his eyes and focused, using his mind to search around. He felt more and more rage in his chest, more and more hatred. Massacre the city? Be it old or young. Leave no one alive? Very good. Not only was there a ball of violent intent in his chest like a sharp blade, due to the appearance of the nine-tailed monster body, the spiritual light around his body was slowly dyed in a layer of red. Looking out from afar, it looked like a ball of blood-colored flames. Sword intent surged, charging hundreds of miles. The aura continued to climb, using intent to gather strength, the strength of a country, the hearts of the people of a country, using the Avicii throne to buff it over. He couldn't find it. A few breaths later, Zhongsho's spiritual sense was still unable to find the location of the illusionary heart mirror. At the end of his spiritual sense, he could sense some Shui family race soldiers who were far away from the ancestral hall, starting to wave their blades. Zhongsho's chest was filled with rage. Unable to protect his own people, Zhongsho was a useless ruler. Since he couldn't find it, then he didn't need to search. He didn't believe that this woman could still hide the mirror after the illusionary realm was shattered. Break! With a thought, the one origin sword intent suddenly started to burn intensely. When he opened his eyes, his pupils were also filled with crimson. Like his entire body was burning up, his aura also rose several times in that instance. It brought with it the taste of Jueyu's extinction sword intent, and also some of Osamu Hara's spiritual explosion sword intent. It was extremely sharp, charging all around without caring about anything. Then there's a loud explosion. This world of ice and snow instantly disintegrated. The snow color in front of his eyes had already disappeared. That green light once again appeared in front of his eyes. However, before he was able to reach out to grab it, that Shui family girl gritted her teeth, and another illusionary realm spread out. This time it was a flame that covered the heavens. The ground was filled with burning hot magma. As soon as the fiery red light appeared, groans could be heard coming from all directions. Even if the Fox race people here knew that there was no flame at all, they still felt extremely hot. However, he still felt the scorching heat, like his entire body was about to burn up. However, this illusionary realm wasn't able to spread out in time. A silver light flashed in Zhongsho's eyes. Martial path intent gathered all his strength and charged all around, causing this illusionary realm to be broken at the start. Then, the scenes in front of his eyes changed once more. Thousands of blades slashed over. Among them, the strongest was about 100 feet long, and it slashed down at him. Where it passed, the entire world was sliced into two. However, The moment this blade slashed in front of him, fine cracks spread out like a spider web, and then it shattered with a loud bang. It was as if it had been sliced apart by an even more powerful and unparalleled force. Then this 10,000-blade illusionary realm was like a bubble that exploded, disappearing bit by bit. The fourth illusionary realm flipped heaven and earth. Up became right, right became left. Up became south, north became down, making it hard for one to differentiate the directions. Zhongsho was too lazy to differentiate. His sword intent surged, wave after wave, stronger than the previous. His internal energy and soul power, as well as the king energy that he gathered, surged out like a flood. He didn't believe that this small world formed by the illusionary technique could contain Zhongsho. A small pond could trap a dragon? In this world, there was no illusionary technique that Zhongsho couldn't break. In this world, there was no one that Zhongsho couldn't win. At this moment, within the Lingjie ring, the Avicii throne was shaking like it was extremely excited. Numerous illusionary realms were all shattered. The speed was getting faster and faster. At this moment, the expressions of the Fox tribe people around the ancestral hall were changing. They were originally filled with respect for Zhongshoxin, and their eyes were filled with passion. Those who were originally filled with animosity and disgust were now filled with fear. Under this sword intent that was getting stronger and stronger, more and more overbearing, it was hard for them to submit. They only felt that at this moment, Zhongsho's aura had the strength to rule the world. The flames were endless, like no one in this world could compare to him. When it reached the last illusionary realm, the soul power of the Shui family girl was already extremely dim. Her expression was tragic, and she was unable to hold on anymore. Thousands of illusionary heart mirrors were spread out in the north. They gave off a green light that confused one's heart. Zhongsho laughed coldly. At this moment, he was too lazy to think to break this spell that could only be considered an illusionary technique. He reached out with his hand and forcefully broke open the last spell restrictions around the illusionary heart mirror. He grabbed an ice-cold item in his hand. In that instance, the thousands of mirror images in front of him all disappeared. In his right hand, there was one more green mirror image. Without needing to bind it, the moment he touched it, his heart was connected. A green mirror light appeared at the center of the brows of Zhongsho's nine-tailed monster body. In front of the ancestral hall, time seemed to have stopped at that moment. The expressions of everyone present fluctuated indeterminately. There was surprise, excitement, fear, and also despair. That Shui family girl fell from the sky, her body stumbling as she nearly fell to the ground. However, she didn't care about how haggard she looked, raising her head and looking into the sky at the person whose nine tails were dancing and whose body was wrapped in spiritual flames. The moment the spiritual mirror entered his hand, a purple intent flashed in Zhongsho's eyes. "All of you kneel down." His voice shook the entire city. The entire Gantian mountain seemed to shake because of it. Using the power of the illusionary heart mirror, the suppression of the nine-tailed blood covered the entire city. In the entire city, all the fox races, no matter which race bloodline they had, all knelt down. At this moment, Hu Qinxiu and Hu Zhongyuan were at the waist of Gantian Mountain, leading the Hu family private troops to resist. However, when the voice spread out, they noticed that not only the enemy in front of them, but their limbs were sore and they had no strength. At the same time, there was a huge pressure on their bodies. How did this happen? Hu Zhongyuan was startled as he looked towards his father, only to see that Hu Qinxiu was also stunned. Chapter 611. The sounds of weapons clashing all over the city quieted down. Pretty much everyone was looking in that direction. Ling Feikong was amongst them. Like Hu Qinxiu, his eyes were filled with shock. After being stunned for a long while, he finally let out a sigh. Legend has it that in the ancient monster race, any emperor could suppress the bloodlines of other races. In the past, I only thought that the rumors weren't true, so it was true. The matter today probably hasn't ended. There is still the battle for the Monster King. Ling Xian's brows furrowed, following which he calmed down. He knew what his father meant. The various emperor races that were about to return from the outer region weren't just the Shui family. Their wolf race was the same. However, he didn't care. Zhongshou was the king of their wolf race. In this world, the only person who could make him respect was Jun Shang. In front of the ancestral temple, Zhongshou looked down coldly at this Shui family girl, only to see that the nine-tailed fox shadow had a vicious expression as it gave out a low roar. Its body was slightly bent, ready to pounce over at any moment to threaten him. Samuraim's eyes turned cold, and then he scoffed. A small eight-tail dares to form the nine-tail shape and steal my authority? When he said that, a short tail behind the fox shadow Dharma instantly broke apart. The fox shadow also let out a wail, and its body prostrated. It was no longer able to resist. Only its eyes still contained some helplessness and unwillingness. That Shui family girl's body shuddered. Her aura also became more sluggish. She used a spell to retract the Dharma and wiped away the blood by her lips. She smiled towards Zhongshou and bowed. If ruler is willing to let my Shui family people and these race soldiers live, my Shui family is willing to serve ruler. Shui Xian is also willing to be your concubine. The moment Shui Xian decided to give in, Zhongshou submitted. She was really decisive, not caring about face at all. Her face had a soft and gentle smile, along with her unparalleled beauty. Even without the use of illusions, it was enough to cause the hearts of those who could see it to tremble, and they were all moved. Such a beauty, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Begging with soft words, as long as one was a guy, most of them wouldn't be able to reject. Zhongshou was speechless. This woman really thought of him as a pervert. However, speaking of which, Zhongshou was indeed a pervert. You are called Shui Xian? Truly devastatingly beautiful. Shui Xian's tender face instantly flushed red. It is Shui Xian. I don't deserve ruler's praise. Zhongshou held the illusionary heart mirror and walked down from the void. Then, do you think that I can accept you and the Shui family? Shui Xian laughed once more. Ruler is really magnanimous. When she said that, she was unable to continue. Shui Xian. Xian, how could he accept the Shui family? If the Shui family was still there, then how could the Zhong and Shui imperial races coexist? Who exactly did the fox tribes listen to? If she let Shui Xian live, if something happened to Zhongshou, then what would happen to the lives of the entire Zhong family? If it was her, she would kill them all. She wouldn't leave any future problems. Thinking about how mysterious Cloud Spirit sect was wiped out, no one would doubt that Zhongshou had such vicious methods. Zhonggang, who was at the side, grinned when he heard that, thinking to himself that this was what it meant to feel good. At the crucial moment, to be vicious was a true man. Zhonghan and Zhongling's eyes lit up. The heavens blessed the Zhong family for having such a heroic ruler. Zhongzheng kept silent and didn't speak, but his face flushed red. He was still annoyed that Zhong Weiran had taken the direct bloodline authority of the Zhong family. However, at this moment, he felt relieved. Although that fellow wasn't much, he gave birth to a good son. Actually, it doesn't matter. Although your Shui family has 8-tail blood, I am confident that I can accept it. I am the ruler. Then the people of the world, no matter rich or poor, strong or weak, they're all my people. There were all kinds of strange people, countless alien races, and hundreds of sections. If I worry too much, how can I be the ruler? If I don't need a small Shui family, how can I not accept them? Zhongshou walked over confidently. The green dragon hairpin sword that was stabbed 100,000 feet away gave out a light buzz. It rose into the air and flew into Zhongshou's hands. At the start, Shui Xian had some hope, but as time passed, she felt her heart turn cold. She knew what Zhongshou meant. As expected, moments later, Zhongshou's tone changed. It was extremely cold and emotionless. What I hate the most is that you all use my people to threaten each other and cause chaos in Gantian. If I don't take your heads as offerings, how will I answer to my people? The moment he said this, a giant claw shot out from the clouds and grabbed towards the ancestral hall. Zhongsho's eyes turned cold. The small green mirror in his hand shone. A ray of green light enveloped the silver claw from afar. Instantly, like it was shocked by lightning, the claw turned into a giant hand and swiftly reached back. Then, an exasperated voice spread down from above. "Stop! As long as you are willing to let her live. I, Shui Long, am willing to serve you." Zhongsho didn't bother, the green light spreading out and continuing to search in the sky. It even seeped out of the cloud world to search for traces of this person. That voice was an extremely angry roar, but it gradually disappeared into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, and he didn't waste any more time. He swept out with a sword and sliced off Shuexian's head. Even if her head was cut off, it was still beautiful. Then a ball of Sun's soul drilled out from the body. First, it was in human form, its eyes filled with viciousness as it looked towards Zhongsho. Then, it turned into an 8-tailed fox and swiftly fled into the distance. However, the green dragon hairpin sword in Zhongsho's hand twisted with a sword energy and broke it. The moment this woman died, all the Shui family people in front of the ancestral hall trembled. Zhongsho stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground with a ding sound. "Tell the entire city, all the 8-tail Shui family people are to be killed. Shui family race soldiers who are stained with the blood of my Gantian Mountain people are to be killed. Anyone who offends my Gantian Mountain will be killed." His voice shook the entire city. The entire Gantian Mountain was like thunder. "Ruler is wise. Yes, ruler's orders. Anyone who offends my Gantian Mountain will be killed." In front of the ancestral hall, all the fox race people all bowed. Then they all stood up. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at the Shui family people who were still holding weapons but were suppressed by Zhongsho's bloodline. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The chains around Zhonggang's body were unlocked by a few of his subordinates. Stepping onto the ground, he pulled out the knife by the waist of the person beside him. He walked like a dragon and tiger as he stood in front of Shuiyang, laughing coldly as he looked down. The latter's pupils constricted. He could roughly see the intent in Zhonggang's eyes. "You, Shuiyang, are now part of the Shui family." Before he was able to react, Zhonggang slashed down with a knife and sliced off the head of Shuiyang. Holding the head in his hand, he laughed out loud, the pressure in his chest disappearing. Such a traitor should be beheaded in public, and his corpse hung for 3 months. At this moment, Zhongsho spread out his intent, not willing to miss out on any fish that escaped the net. However, moments later, he opened his eyes once more. Oh, were his intent reached? There seemed to be 2 auras that were swiftly fleeing. They were already extremely far away from the city walls. In just a few moments, they would be able to leave the area covered by his intent. He felt that it was a little familiar. A moment later, he finally recalled. Weren't these 2 people the 2 who were spying on him in the restaurant when he entered the city? Zhongsho scoffed coldly. These 2 scoundrels wanted to leave just like that? The illusionary heart mirror suddenly flew into the air, a green light following Zhongsho's intent as it chased. The green wooden hairpin sword also brought with it 100,000 feet sword energy as it slashed down in that direction. The person in front seemed to know that if he fled like that, it would be tough for him to escape. He suddenly turned around. Numerous talismans suddenly flew out. They actually formed a small spiritual formation in front of this person. Amongst them was a needle wrapped in talismans which pierced through the air. The talisman paper was broken one by one, and the energy contained within the needle was slowly becoming more and more intense. It was as small as a cow's hair, but it had the strength to decide the world. The sword and needle clashed, only to hear a loud chong. Outside the city, thousands of needle and sword glows spread out, drawing thousands of 1,000-feet deep wounds on the ground. As for that person with a poo sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He took out a golden-purple spiritual talisman and sliced it open, bringing this person's body to turn into a ball of light and swiftly leave. World stabilizing needle? Heaven escaping talisman? So, it is the Yang family. Is this person that Yang Ming? Heaven escaping talismans were common. As long as one had some family background and had a celestial realm senior, one could easily get one. However, this world-stabilizing needle was something that only the Taishang imperial capital Yang family had. It was definitely left by a celestial realm cultivator, sealing the intent and true chi of the needle within. Only then could it go up against him. He remembered that the current Yang family should be working for the Liao king, waiting for a chance. Speaking of which, the sect that the Shui family colluded with was Tailing sect. Before this, in the ancestral temple, the person who tried to assassinate him twice really came from the Yang family. Clenching his fists, Zhongsho suddenly felt amused. What was this? In the past, he wanted to enter Ling Yun's sect, but in the end, Ling Yun's sect was personally chased out of Donglin Cloud Continent. Then, he wanted to enter Tailing sect, but then this Taoist sect became his enemy. Could this be fate? These distracting thoughts only flashed through his mind. Zhongsho's spiritual sense then landed on the body of another person. It was as if it was at a loss that it was left behind alone. It was also as if it was frightened by the power of the Tu's attack just now. Although this person was fleeing, his aura was uncertain and really chaotic. Zhongsho laughed, directly grabbing with his hand. A surge of energy condensed in the air. He already knew who the person was, so there was no need to force him. Just as he was about to grab and kill him, he heard this person suddenly open his mouth. Please stop. I am Kong Yao's elder brother. Chapter 612. Zhongsho was about to clench his fist and kill him, only to hear this person suddenly open his mouth. Please stop. I am Kong Yao's brother. Kong Yao's brother? Zhongsho was shocked, his killing intent slightly dissipating. Thinking about it seriously, the energy that he gathered changed from clenching to grabbing. He lifted this person up, forcefully bringing him in front of him from hundreds of thousands of feet away. Looking at this person, he was around 20 years old. However, he didn't look much like Kong Yao. Kong Yao's beauty was on the same level as Zhao Yinran. However, although this fellow was handsome, he looked really haggard and didn't have any aura at all. He also didn't hear that Kong Yao had a brother here. She seemed to be an only daughter. His brows rose up in confusion. Zhongsho was hesitating whether or not to just kill him and end this matter. That 20-year-old teen seemed to have sensed Zhongsho's killing intent turning intense once more. He was slightly shocked and hurriedly said, I am Kongshu. I am her cousin. When Zhongsho heard that, he understood. However, he still turned his head around in confusion. In just a moment, Xinyuan Irin, Rinbua, and the others who were defending at the peak of Gantian Mountain had already descended from the sky. Kong Yao was amongst them. Zhongsho looked over with a questioning gaze. Kongshu also looked over with a pleading expression. He could only helplessly nod his head. Only then did Zhongsho laugh and release this Kongshu. Although this fellow was connected to the Yang family, which made him annoyed, since he was Kong Yao's family, then there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just kill his future general's brother with one sword. Kongshu felt that mountain-like pressure totally disappear from his body. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief, tidying his clothes. Only then did he show some magnanimity. I am Kong Su, Imperial Astronomer of Great Shang, greets your highness. He came to Gantian Mountain on orders. If I have offended you in any way, I beseech your highness to spare Kong Su on account of Sis Yao. Although he didn't directly admit that he came to Gantian to harm Zhongsho, Zhongsho didn't say anything. However, he also pointed it out in his words. Kong Yao could not help rolling her eyes, thinking that this Kong Su was really shameless. When they first met, he had mocked him in every possible way and even threatened him. At this time, he actually had the face to use her name to escape. However, he didn't say anything. After all, they were siblings from the same clan, even if their relationship was distant. In fact, those people even viewed Kong Yao as their enemy. However, he wasn't willing to let Kongshu die here just like that. When Zhongsho heard this, he waved his sleeves impatiently. This was a signal for the other party to quickly scram. He couldn't be bothered to make a fuss about such a small fry. When Kongshu saw this, his expression was immediately filled with joy. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhongsho's voice again. "Slow down. Just 2 short words," but it caused his heart to jump. When he turned around in confusion, Zhongsho had his head lowered like he was thinking about something. More accurately, he was reminiscing. He seemed to have heard of the name Kongsu before. That's right. Wasn't this the future Kong family race leader? Liao King betrayed this silly woman and destroyed his own wall. However, wasn't the one who did this Kongshu? Then, he used this as a stepping stone to join the God Emperor. In the blink of an eye, that person found an excuse to kill him. As for the specific process, he didn't remember much about it. The history books also didn't record it in detail. However, in the past, he saw in some remnant history that it seemed to involve Kong Yao's father. He seemed to be the only person this woman cared about the most. Cared about? Zhongsho couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wasn't he worried that he wouldn't be able to use this woman? Despicable thoughts flashed in his heart as he mocked himself. He was really despicable. There was no limit to how low he could go. However, speaking of which, if he snatched Sister Yao, wouldn't he prevent this silly girl from dying on the battlefield? Oh, he was doing a good thing. There was no need to blame himself. Consoling himself in his heart, Zhongsho's face was already filled with a smile. Kongsu? So it is you, then you can't leave. Kongsu was startled once more, his brows raised in shock as he looked towards Zhongsho. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't understand what he meant. Zhongsho's expression calmed down as he continued. Recently my wife told me that she misses her father. Why not your Kong family send him over? Let them reunite. The moment he said this, the few of them were stunned. Kong Yao blinked her eyes in confusion, thinking to herself, when did she say that to Zhongsho? Naturally, these people did miss him a lot. Was it about her father being removed from his position and being locked up by the race? Zhongsho already knew. Xin Yuan Tong's eyes were filled with rage, flames shooting out from his eyes as he stared at Zhongsho. Before this fellow married Xin Yuan Irin, he already found a woman for himself. He wasn't a son at all. Today, in front of him, he doted on this concubine so much, not putting him in his eyes at all. He wanted to punch over and teach this kid a lesson. In the end, he was worried that as the ruler, Zhongsho couldn't lose face in front of his subjects, so he didn't attack. It was okay for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but he couldn't be so overboard. Kongsu's face was slightly twisted. Taking a look at Kong Yao, an undetectable darkness flashed in his eyes, following which he took in a deep breath and bowed. I understand. However, with my uncle's personality, he likes to be quiet and doesn't like to move. He is also someone who loves his hometown and won't be willing to leave the imperial city. When I return, I will try my best to persuade him to make the trip. Zhongsho laughed. Who said that I'm asking you to return? If you want to return, wait for the father of my beloved concubine to come. Kongsu's brows furrowed, his eyes becoming colder and colder, his expression becoming calmer. Instead, he smiled like he didn't care at all. Then I will stay and accompany Sister Yao. As for my uncle's matter, I can send someone to send a letter back. However, my uncle has always been stubborn. If it wasn't for my nephew or Sister Yao to persuade him, it would be hard to persuade him and he wouldn't come over. Not willing to come? Zhongsho's eyes also smiled into a line. Reaching out with his finger, a sword energy suddenly exploded out in the air. The sword energy flashed and disappeared, following which a ball of blood spurted out. At first, Kongsu didn't feel anything. A moment later, he felt his right arm lighten and pain spread over. Only then did he let out a painful roar. His right arm was sliced off from his shoulder. If you aren't willing to come, then I will send your arm back, and you will definitely be willing. If you don't come in a month, I will chop off your left arm. If you don't come in 3 months, I will break your legs. If you don't come in half a year, then I will send your head back. If my beloved concubine's father really loves you, then he won't let you suffer. You can't bear to see your nephew suffer. Don't you think so, Kongsu? Chapter 613. Kong Su only felt an intense pain in his right arm. However, this pain was far from the coldness in his heart. If he didn't come in a month, his left arm would be chopped off. If he didn't come in 3 months, his legs would be chopped off. If he didn't come in half a year, his head would be chopped off. Why was this Zhong Shou so overbearing? He was like a demon. His actions were even crueler than those of the demon sect. Thinking back to the past, this person's various methods were terrifying. Without a doubt, this Gantian Mountain Monster King would do what he said. Thinking about that, Kong Su couldn't help but look at Kong Yao with venomous hatred. Why would Zhong Shou suddenly mention his uncle for no reason? If it wasn't for this girl, how would he be in danger of losing his arm? He didn't dare to hate Zhong Shou. He couldn't even think about taking revenge. He could only place all his hatred and grievances on his sister. This girl was a jinx, really vicious. At this moment, Zhong Shou was also looking at Kong Yao. He thought that this time he had most probably offended this girl to death. He only wanted this Kong Yao to temporarily serve him. As for whether or not she hated him, he didn't care. However, he also wanted to know what Kong Yao was thinking at this moment. Looking over, Zhong Shou was stunned, only to see the girl beside him looking at him with a complicated gaze. There was both rage and joy, like she had heaved a sigh of relief, like she was free. Her face wasn't as tense as before, but she still had some prejudice against him. However, there wasn't the hatred that Zhong Shou expected. His thoughts were lost for a moment, and then the corner of Zhong Shou's lips curled up. So that was the case. It seems like at this time, the relationship between the two siblings of the Kong family was already not harmonious. Starting from Kong Yao's father, he really hit the nail on the head. He really wasn't a normal sinister person. Smiling, when Zhong Shou turned around and looked at the sky, his expression turned ice cold. I wonder if everyone has seen enough. That deep voice instantly resounded through the sky. The Gantian Mountain matter had already ended. It was time to clean up these uninvited guests. The heavens are unfair. How did such a monstrous talent appear in such a tiny wildlands? In the clouds, a Taoist was sighing. Beside him, the other people also had similar expressions. Nine-tailed celestial fox, star mark. The Shui clan's loss was not unjust. I don't know how Zhong Shou managed to raise his bloodline to such a level. This is probably the first emperor descendant of a monster race to appear in the cloud world. The day of chaos in the cloud world was not far away. The Avicii throne can suppress an entire nation. With this illusionary heart mirror, I'm afraid this Zhong Shou will be even harder to control. It is indeed worrisome. It was said that even a first-stage spirit master could use this mirror. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the cultivation, and the bigger the power. It is an ultimate treasure crafted to go against the shadow god race during the ancient times. What I care about now is that Shui Menglong who escaped. Can we recruit this person? Shui Menglong? What is the use of that? This person can be controlled by the celestial fox bloodline and the illusionary heart mirror at any moment. If we recruit this person, we would have to be on guard against him stabbing us in the back. I don't think it is appropriate. Senior Brother Wuji, what do you think? When these words were asked by a Taoist, the entire place instantly became silent. Wuji was silent as he looked below. After a long while, he took in a deep breath. Before the spiritual wave, this kid was invincible in the world. Maybe only those few true God Emperor seeds, the heads of the few shrines and vast habitats, could go up against him. Tell the sects that within Donglin, they have to respect him and not be enemies with him. Outside Donglin, if they have no choice, at least gather 18 grade, 9 peak cultivators and have spiritual formations to rely on. The moment he said those words, Wuji paused and then shook his head. 18 is a little too little. If we don't have the ability of Osamu Harajuyu, then we should prioritize our lives. The moment he said those words, none of the Taoists in the sky retorted. However, in the underground lake, when Zhong Shou fought the 6 of them alone, he showed how strong he was. It wasn't something that 8 or 8 grade, 9 cultivators could handle. Such a person rose up in the spiritual wave. It was best if spirit realm and celestial realm cultivators hid as far away as possible before they interfered. Their expressions were all different as they entered deep thought. The pupils of a Taoist constricted, and he was slightly shocked. Not good. It is the illusionary heart mirror. This zone show is really domineering. Only to see a green light shine over from below and sweep the sky. A light flashed, and a few Taoists who couldn't react in time were dazed. It was like they were hit by an illusion as they were at a loss. Wuji's brows rose up. First he was furious, but then he suppressed it. That monster king didn't kill them. However, looking at the current situation, it was obvious that he wanted to clear them out. He was obviously unhappy with them looking on from the side. Sighing slightly, Wuji waved his sleeves. He picked up the few senior brothers and junior brothers who were dazed and flew towards the direction of the central continent. Before he left, he took a deep look at the ground below. No matter what, he had to think of a way to recruit this Zhong Shou into his faction. Holding the illusionary heart mirror in his hand, he swept the green light towards the sky. That patch of sky instantly became silent. Those auras that were trying their best to hide, but were as conspicuous as candles in a dark night in his spirit sense, instantly disappeared. Zhong Shou's brows rose up, and then he looked at his hand with a weird expression. Power of the mirror exceeded his expectations. Just now, when the mirror shone out, it was to scare those people away. However, when he swept across with the mirror light, there were at least 4 people who were caught off guard and controlled by his illusionary heart mirror. Legend had it that this item was specially crafted during the Cloud Desolate era to deal with the Shadow God race, and was best at illusionary. When he used it today, it was as expected. Apart from that, there should be more uses for it waiting for him to discover. The guests in the sky didn't all flee. There were 2 people who descended from the sky. Zhong Shou looked out and saw that they were all familiar people. One of them was Yin Fei Bai. Guhan Yun beside him was someone who he had a fresh memory of. Slightly hesitating, Zhong Shou didn't stop the 2 of them from coming over. He knew that this Ling Yun sect wanted to temporarily reconcile with him. Originally, he wasn't willing to bother about them. However, the former Donglin sects unexpectedly didn't participate in the matter this time. One could see that this sect more or less had some sincerity. Since that was the case, then they could talk. The 2 of them landed in front of him and bowed. Guhan Yun, who always did whatever she wanted and didn't know what etiquette was for some reason, she was a little restrained. Her face was flushed red from start to finish. In the end, it was Yin Fei Bai who opened his mouth. Ling Yun sect Yin Fei Bai greets ruler. Ruler is having a wedding, and today you have removed a huge problem for the Shui family. It is a double blessing. Yin Fei Bai congratulates you. He paused and then took out a large red brocade box. As the sect has many matters to attend to, I came late to congratulate you. Ruler, please forgive me. Naturally, there would be someone else to receive the gift from Ling Yun sect. Zhong Shou nodded slightly, his hand reaching forward without any sincerity. Minister Yin, please rise. Thank you. The moment these words were said, Yin Fei Bai and Guhan Yun were delighted. Zhong Shou accepted the gift, which meant that he didn't reject reconciliation. Next, it was time to discuss the terms of the reconciliation. However, he knew his place and didn't say anything more. If he knew about such matters, he could just discuss it with Zhong Shou's officials. If he mentioned it face to face, not only would it make things awkward, their statuses wouldn't be the same. The current Gantian Mountain was far stronger than Ling Yun's sect. Their Ling Yun sect naturally had to treat them with the respect of a country. Zhong Shou didn't have the heart to bother. He knew that even if he came to an agreement with Ling Yun's sect, it wouldn't last for long. He also didn't hope that this 10th shrine would easily let go of their hatred. He had killed at the peak of mysterious Cloud Mountain. If there weren't 3,000, there were at least 2,000. He also chased them out of Donglin Cloud Continent. How could such a huge hatred be easily let go? At this moment, they had no choice but to compromise. Once the sect's strength returned to normal, no matter how rational the sect leader was, he wouldn't be able to suppress the voices of revenge. Unless there was a day when Zhongsho could stand so high that the people of Ling Yun's sect would look up to him and forget about their hatred. Ling Yun's sect wasn't willing to tangle with Gantian Mountain and Donglin. They used all their strength to ensure that their foundations weren't lost to deal with the other sects eyeing them. Zhongsho wanted to run the outside world and also needed a stable environment to be able to take out more strength to fight. At this moment, they were only talking about benefits and nothing else. However, this Gohan Yun was really interesting. Wasn't she bold and unrestrained? Why did she seem like a little wife today? Looking deeply at this girl, Zhongsho smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Hisaram's expression was really weird. On the other side, Zhonggang was walking over. His expression was serious but also filled with joy. Ruler, just now I got news that the Shui family has 6 spaceships and 2 million race members that have arrived in the Cloud World. They are not far from Gantian Mountain. A bright glow flashed in Zhongsho's eyes. 2 million race members? Speaking of which, the essence of the Shui family race was probably all here. Apart from the Shui family race members, most of them should be subordinate races of the Shui family. Within the Fox race, bloodline was the most important. The Shui family could command the strong fighting races of the ancient Fox race. Zhongsho could too. Apart from that, there were also these 6 spaceships at this moment. Rimbo was slightly shocked, hesitating for a moment before he finally opened his mouth. Ruler, a few days ago, my nephew borrowed 10,000 private troops from me. He said that he wanted to get a few spaceships for the ruler. Zhongsho didn't speak anymore, turning into a streak of light as he flew towards the south of Gantian Mountain. Chapter 614. After flying 1,000 miles, Zhongsho finally found the tracks of the 6 spaceships. From afar, he could feel Shui Menglong's aura and his furious roar. When he looked at the situation here, Zhongsho was slightly stunned. He saw balls of spiritual light fluctuations in the air. In the air, 2 extremely strong powers were going against each other. It caused this space to be filled with violent spiritual energy. One of them was much weaker, like he was going all out, bringing out all his potential. It should be Shui Menglong. The other one was one he was really familiar with. It was Ao Kun, who seemed to be at ease. He was calmly breaking down his opponent bit by bit. Where Samurai looked, the 6 giant spaceships were trying to travel through space and leave this world under the cover of illusions. However, each time the space barrier was forcefully ripped open, there would be tens of thousands of throwing spears carved with simple talismans that would fly over. When they exploded, it would cause the space tunnel to shake intensely. Energy would seep out, and one wouldn't be able to pass through. Looking below, there were tens of thousands of people riding Windrider foals. They were split into 10 groups and galloped around the spaceships. They galloped at full speed, constantly changing directions. Although the spaceships above were shooting arrows like rain, there weren't many of them. There weren't many who came into contact with them, and there were even fewer who were injured by the arrows. Most of these scenes were hidden in illusions. For example, the 6 giant spaceships were hard for normal people to see. However, in Zhongsho's eyes, these illusions didn't exist. This is the private army of the Run family? Zhongsho exclaimed. It wasn't that there was anything unusual about these private soldiers. At most, they were slightly stronger than the troops of the Donglin cities and were above normal standards. What surprised him was that these knights were always able to dodge in advance when the arrows rained down from the sky. If it wasn't surprising, it should be the prediction of the cavalry army leader. Such an ability wasn't something that normal people could have. Another unparalleled general seed? How is that possible? Zhongsho was only shocked for a moment. He knew that now wasn't the time to think about this matter. His body rose into the air, the illusionary heart mirror hanging above his head and shining down. Without needing to show the 9 tails, one could see the people on the 6 spaceships fall to the ground. The airship creaked as it gradually came to a stop. Shui Menglong seemed to know that the 6 spaceships had no chance of escaping. A tragic cry. Before Zhongsho's mirror light shone over, he had already fled. He had already escaped into the air and escaped from Alcuin's contact. A few breaths later, his body appeared beside Zhongsho. This Shuiminglong's ability is not bad. If not, I might be able to capture him. As he said that, Ao Kuan looked towards Zhongsho with regret. If your cultivation could reach spirit realm, he wouldn't be able to escape. Zhongsho knew what he meant. If he came a little later, Ao Kuan would be able to suppress Shui Menglong. If he reached the spirit realm, he would be able to work with Alcuin to lock down the void. However, he didn't feel any regret. This Shui Menglong was really smart. If he knew that he had no hope, he definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. It was possible that they would abandon the 6 warships and flee in advance. Why did you come here? What he was most confused about was this matter. Logically speaking, the Shui family cloud ships should be a really secretive matter. How could Alcuin know? Moreover, how could he rush over in time before he could escape? Someone told me. Someone had scattered countless dragon talismans in the realm rivers in the outer realms. Coincidentally, that person from Tailing Sect left. I was curious and picked one up. As Ao Kuan said that, he took out a message talisman and passed it to Zhongsho. It looked no different from a normal message talisman. Only at the back was a dragon-shaped mark. However, Zhongsho knew that such talismans often had a bit of dragon blood. As long as one was of the dragon bloodline, even if they were several worlds away, they would be able to sense it. As expected, the moment he received it, that lightning-winged dragon had already popped its head out. Taking a look, it retracted back in disinterest. At this moment, Ao Kuan smiled. I think this person is really interesting. His eyes moved about, following which he stopped at Zhongsho's shoulder. Looking at this little puppy, his expression was really weird. This little puppy seemed a little weird. Aya, there will be a good show to watch in the future. Zhongsho didn't pay attention to what he said, his expression deep in thought. Only when he saw that out of the 10,000 cavalry, there were 2 people flying over in the air did he come back to his senses. He knew that these 2 people were most probably the commanders of the Ren family private army. One of them was dressed like a general. His body was huge, no weaker than Yin Yang. The other person was a scholar in his 20s. He looked really gentle and polite, his expression really respectful. However, it was obvious that he was used to being undisciplined. At this moment, he was pretending to be respectful. Although he pretended to be respectful in the details, one could still see how unrestrained he was. After the 2 of them bowed, Zhongsho asked, "Who was the commander of this cavalry army?" It was Ren Tianxing. The person dressed like a general replied, "I acted rashly and broke the military rules. Ruler, please punish me." Ren Tianxing? Zhongsho's eyes flashed. "You are Renbu's nephew?" He didn't know that Renbu actually had such a nephew. His name was really famous, like thunder in his ears. He couldn't help but find it weird. Did his body already have the aura of a king? Such a person actually ran over to him for no reason? Ren Tianxing found it weird, but he still said respectfully, "That's right." Zhongsho nodded slightly, taking out the dragon race message talisman. Then who threw this talisman? The one who replied was the teen scholar. "It was me." Zhongsho's eyes were filled with a weird expression. "Who are you? How did you know that the Shui family spaceship was hidden here?" "I am Zhang Huai." Zhang Huai replied expressionlessly, using the same calm tone to explain, "I didn't know at the start. However, the World River is really dangerous and the Shui family is confident in winning. They have a 70% chance of moving their people to the Cloud World. There are only a few places near Gantian Mountain that can easily enter the Spirit River." Zhongsho's eyes lit up once more. Then, how did you know that the Shui family had people following them? The strong crossbows they prepared are mostly old. Moreover, the spiritual formations they used are already made. They should have been disassembled and moved from somewhere. With my estimations, there should be no less than 4 spaceships. Then if my Uncle Ao didn't come, what would you do? Naturally, we would just sit on the side and watch. But you want to protect your body? You aren't willing to die for me? No. Using tens of thousands of lives to do such a useless thing isn't something a smart person would do. Why not just leave some useful people alive? Interesting. Using 10,000 men to block 6 spaceships. Aren't you afraid of being drowned by those strong crossbows? The Schwef family elites have all moved out. The strong crossbows have all been moved away. With my senior brother Tianqing here, what do I have to fear? The one blocking Shuimeng Long is my Uncle Ao. The one leading the 10,000 cavalry to block the enemy ships is Ren Tianqing. I don't see any use for you. How is it useless for me to give advice and plan? Zhong Shou asked several questions consecutively, like a cannon. Zhang Huai answered without hesitation. The more he asked, the thicker the admiration in Zhong Shou's eyes. However, why hadn't he heard of this Zhang Huai before? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Zhong Shou smiled. Speaking of which, you are blocking these 6 ships because you want to serve under me? Zhang Huai's expression didn't change. He wasn't emotional, but he wasn't rude either, cupping his fists. That's right. Then, in your eyes, how should I deal with the Schwef family people and the various Fox race branch races? Simple, you just have to split them up. Ruler has his own methods. You don't need me to interfere. Then, is there anything lacking in my Gantian mountain rule? You have to educate them. Ruler knows that your people are dumb and are often made fools of. Although there are discussions, most of them are nobles. Apart from that, due to the chaotic times, there are too many taxes. The taxes aren't the same. Is there any way to solve it? Zhang Huai stopped slightly. After thinking about it, he said seriously, the former is natural. As for the latter, ruler can use benefits to tempt them and show them your strength. Zhong Shou's brows rose up, and then he smiled. I hate that Yang family and Liao King and want to find trouble with them. Unfortunately, I am too far away. I want to bring some people over. Why not follow me and teach me where to start? Ren Tianqing was delighted. Zhong Shou calling him Mr. meant that he recognized Zhang Huai's talent. Zhang Huai's expression turned solemn. No, I don't know if ruler is testing me or not. However, this method isn't good, and it is easy for others to take advantage of it. Oh, Zhong Shou exclaimed, looking on quietly, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Huai didn't hesitate at all. If ruler wants to find trouble, it is simple. You just need to send an envoy to the imperial capital in the Taishan court. You just need to question and scold him in court. Zhong Shou was pleasantly surprised. This person was a little interesting. This method was an open scheme, and he didn't need to spend any effort. However, he acted like he didn't understand and asked, I heard that the Taishan emperor loves the Liao king the most. The Yang family has been officials for generations. No matter how unwilling he was to be enemies with Gantian Mountain, the emperor wouldn't scold his own son for a barbaric country that was so far away. Zhang Huai scoffed. Although the Liao king is loved, he has many political enemies. As for the Yang family, because of generations of officials, they were scolded by the emperor. The meaning behind his words wasn't fully expressed, but the few people present knew what he meant. The Yang family was so strong, and in such a chaotic world, how would the emperor not worry about them? With such a good chance, it would be weird if the ruler of the Taishan didn't take the chance to attack. As for the Liao king, the other princes wouldn't give up on this chance to strike him. You're a country scholar. Zhong Shou hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. You are a prime minister talent. Zhang Huai was stunned. This Zhong Shou's evaluation of him wasn't a strategist, but a prime minister talent. Chapter 615. Zhang Huai was instantly stunned. Zhong Shou's evaluation of him wasn't that of a strategist, but a prime minister talent. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at the person in front of him. This was the first time he felt that his choice was really good. In the next moment, his body shook as he looked at Zhong Shou's left shoulder. After slightly distinguishing, his pupils constricted. Zhong Shou didn't notice anything, his face filled with helplessness. Unfortunately, the cabinet minister changes every 5 years. I need to nominate a prime minister candidate and let the meeting decide. Although I'm the ruler, I can't break the country laws. While he said that, he sighed. A moment later, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to settle this person down. How about this? I can nominate you to be a meeting member and also a country advisor. Is Mr. Zhang willing to do that? Zhang Huai was stunned until he heard Zhong Shou's last sentence. Did he come back to his senses? He hurriedly bowed. How would I dare not follow the ruler's orders? Although he said that, he felt weird in his heart. What kind of position was a country advisor? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Zhong Shou nodded his head in satisfaction. He had 6 spaceships and close to 2 million Fox race people to deal with. All of a sudden, he had no time to speak to Zhang Huai. He expressionlessly swept Run Tianxing. Although you were rash and didn't follow orders, you have done well for our Gantian Mountain. As for what you did, we will reward and punish you. We will discuss it when we return. After he finished speaking, he flew up and headed towards the 6 spaceships. Once Zhong Shou was far away, Ao Kuan smiled with deep meaning. Zhang Huai, you recognize that thing? I roughly recognize it. May I ask, Senior, if that is a Qilin? Zhang Huai snuck a glance at the expression of the person beside him and then sighed. At first, he wasn't sure. Although he had seen a real Qilin before, he could recognize its aura. However, whether or not this fire Qilin cub was a fire Qilin, he was still unable to determine. However, looking at the expression on Ao Kuan's face, it could be confirmed. He couldn't help but be at a loss. Qilin accompanied him. Was His Highness really a Saint King? Just when the Divine Emperor was about to descend into the world, a character comparable to the ancient Divine Emperor appeared. What was going on? Pretty much at the same time, within Gantian Mountain City, a woman in a red dress was strolling on the Bluestone Street. After the chaos, there were still many places within Gantian Mountain that were in a mess. The corpses of the 20,000 Shui clan members, as well as some of the clan soldiers, piled up into a mountain. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. However, other than a few people in the city, no one felt uncomfortable about it. Before Zone Weiran built the city, at least 70% of the natives of Gantian Mountain were living a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. They were true barbarians. Struggling in this wasteland, he had seen many dead people. Such a small scene wasn't anything in their eyes. As for those who joined Gantian Mountain City, most of them weren't weak and were strong. These people had been through numerous battles and naturally didn't care about the dead. The moment the chaos in the city calmed down, many people opened up their shops and started to do business once more. There were many people on the streets, but most of them were discussing about what happened just now. I was saying that with the ruler's talent, how could he die in the hands of the Shui family? What 8-tailed Shui family? They really think they are weak. They actually dare to let our ruler sit on a donkey cart. They are such bullies. Great. Now their entire race is wiped out. That 1,000-city alliance has fallen, mysterious cloud spirit sect has fallen, and now there's a Shui family. Now we can finally have some peace. I remember a few months ago, I thought about it during the day and at night. I was worried that the ruler couldn't take it. It is hard to meet a wise ruler like the ruler in 1,000 years. That's right. Although the taxes here are a little heavy, I can straighten my back and talk to people. I have someone to rely on and take care of me. How can there be such a good thing? Before this, I was worried that something would happen to the ruler. With the cities in Donglin in chaos, we won't be able to do business anymore. The teen walked on the streets and listened to what these people were saying. Slowly, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Her expression was calm, but there were slight emotional fluctuations in her eyes. Looking closely, it was like she was touched by something. Speaking of which, she was really beautiful and gave off a great aura. Her walking speed was also neither fast nor slow. However, the people on the streets didn't notice anything. No one was able to notice her presence. A moment later, the teen suddenly stopped, turning her head and looking to the side of the street. There were a few people there who seemed to be arguing about something. The 2 people arguing, one was dressed like a commoner, while the other was dressed in a luxurious fur coat with several followers behind him. Beside him were 5 soldiers wearing the standard armor of Gantian Mountain, with a long knife at their waists. Around this place, there were hundreds of people looking on. Logically speaking, such a situation should be the weaker party who had to swallow their anger. However, At this moment, that person was filled with arrogance and didn't show any fear. His left hand was soft like it was injured. His right hand pointed at the nose of the noble young master. "Let me tell you my injury today. Even if you don't want to, you have to pay." Gantian Mountain isn't any other place, no matter how rich and powerful your family is. Even if you come here, you need to lie down. This matter, for 10 grade 2 beast crystals, don't even think about ending it. That noble young master was so furious that his face flushed red. He wanted to act out, but he seemed to be worried about something. A servant at the side scoffed furiously. "Just now, when we were riding, we were in the middle of the road. You were the one who wanted to crash into us. Just now, my young master pulled back in time and didn't crash into you at all." The injured person scoffed coldly. "If you didn't crash into me, then how did my injury come about?" At this moment, out of the 5 soldiers, the one who was the leader of the 5 frowned. "Ding Kuan, don't go overboard. You scam people every day, 8 out of 10 times. Everyone in the neighborhood knows what's going on." Ding Kuan laughed coldly, turning around and looking at the 5 soldiers, his eyes filled with a threatening intent. "Patrol Inspector Fong, why don't I know what you're talking about? What do you mean by scamming? Do you have evidence?" "Sir, you don't want your patrol inspector position anymore. If you can't deal with it impartially, I will report it to Advisor Shun. I don't believe that my 13,000 people can't make him talk to your superior." Patrol Inspector Fong's expression changed, his aura turning sharp. Then, his eyes were filled with helplessness. The red-shirt girl looked on quietly at the side, deep in thought. Suddenly, beside her, an aura changed. A similar-looking person with a similar body appeared behind her. Then, she looked curiously at the scene in front of her. To her, although the person in front of her was like an ant, she was really interesting. Didn't they say that Zhongsho's rule was really clean? No one picked up anything on the streets and didn't close their doors at night? Why are there such unruly people? After she said that, she mocked coldly. "If it was up to me, I would just slap such an evil person to death with one palm. How would I allow him to be so arrogant?" The red-shirt girl smiled and shook her head, not agreeing or disagreeing. "You only see how despicable this unruly person is. I only know that in other places in the cloud world, how would such a shameless person dare to do such things? It is already not bad that he wasn't killed on the spot." The green-shirt girl's eyes flashed, following which she smiled and didn't say anything. In other places, such an unruly person wouldn't attack such a noble young master. She was thinking that maybe because her and Zhongsho's attitude were different, the latter was so muddle-headed that he created that Saint King aura and even got a Qilin to accompany him. To her, if she met such a person, even if she didn't kill him on the spot, she would make him suffer to vent her anger. How would she have the mood to tangle with this person? Under Zhongsho's rule, there were many rules. She couldn't do this, she couldn't do that. It was just too annoying. She turned her head and looked closely at the red-shirt girl beside her. Then, her petite body froze. Her sister was actually crying. Why was that? "Sister, do you know? Actually, I always thought that senior brother Shizi's life, which had no chance of being realized. Everything that you and I have done was just for nothing." As the red-shirt girl said that, she slowly lost her focus. Isn't it amusing? What equality for all people, no matter rich or poor. We all treat everyone the same. We know that this is just a dream and is actually wrong, but because it is senior brother's wish, we still continue to walk down this path. When the green-shirt girl heard that, she was silent. Her sister was like that. Wasn't she the same? But Zhongsho, his Gantian Mountain, seems to have done it. As she said that, the red-shirt girl had a complicated expression as she looked around. Although there is still a difference between rich and poor, there is an order between the rich and the poor. But in this world, there is no other place better than here. She mocked herself. How amusing. The two of us have done so many evil things for senior brother's wish, killing so many innocents. We even didn't mind dying together with the various sects of the cloud world. Who knew that Song Xingdao's wish, which I didn't believe in, would be so easily realized by this junior? No wonder Junior Nephew Wei would say those words. The green-shirt girl still didn't speak. During these thousands of years, she had walked through thousands of worlds. Indeed, she didn't find any other place better than here. Speaking of which, it was weird. Since that day when she saw Zhong's show, she felt that she had changed a little. The tiredness accumulated over 10,000 years was slowly disappearing. The shaky thoughts in her heart became firm once more. There was once again a pillar in her heart. That was because the Fire Qilin seemed to have recognized Zhong Shou's Tao, the Saint King Tao. The belief that she held onto wasn't so ridiculous. Then, she shook her head. Why was she thinking so much? Whether or not that kid could become a Saint Emperor was another matter. Who knows? Maybe in a few days that Qilin would abandon him and leave. Senior sister, if we don't leave, those people will definitely be worried. If we don't leave, those people will probably be anxious. And the red shirt girl replied expressionlessly. However, she looked forward with no intention of leaving. Isn't there still one more day? I want to walk around here and take a look. After leaving this time, I don't know how many years it will be before I can return. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.